Hi, hello, hi, welcome. Welcome to the adventures of a dirty crime boy. Today, we are walking in to the fire temple. Oh, hell yeah. And, we're going to be fighting the boss. Well, last time people said it was gonna take me 5 tries. 5 tries was the prediction of how long it was gonna fucking take me. Well, we're gonna find out how long this is gonna take me. We'll see. I know I left you guys as like a bait and switch last week. And I'm a little bit sorry. But I'm not that sorry. So we are jumping into this. I just have to reset the audio so I can actually hear the game. I have to do this every time. I don't know why it does that, but hey, whatevs. Well, we should probably... I think we cooked, didn't we? We were cooking. We were cooking with fire. No, we didn't. Did we cook? We need to cook. Let's make 10. Let's go. Actually, that seems like a lot. Oh, we did all of them. All right. Let's go. All right. What are we making here? We save our apples. We need to make... Maybe... Is there fire resistance that you can make in this game? Is there anything that's... Yeah, I also don't... I haven't played in a week. Fireproof lizard? Heat resistance? I mean, we already have flame guard. I really don't know if heat resistance is going to do us any good. I feel like we go for damage. Do they actually give me... Like, this is for, like... elixirs, right? If I'm already fireproof, do they do anything? Smolderwing butterflies. I think I only have like 2 of those. I have 1 of them. You can't get more. All right. Well, we already got that then. So we're gonna go for dabblage. I don't know if we have any bananas left. I think we used all of our bananas. What do we got here? Increase heart recovery. Recovering hearts. Recovering hearts. Electricity resistance. Raising attack power. Hey, there we go. Let's grab 2 of these. Let's grab 1 of these. Let's grab, what does this do? Splash fruit. Swim speed increase. I mean, that's kind of cool. We don't need... I guess we do need higher... Not sure, whatever. Let's cook 1 of those. Hot weather attack. Hot plate grants a low-level attack enhancement in hot places. I mean, yeah, we're in hot weather. I don't know how else to describe what we are currently doing. We'll use these and then just shroom it up. One attack up. What do we got? Electricity. High roll bass. What's this thing? Heat resistance. Don't care. I don't think I don't think I have any of the crabs. I haven't even been to an area that's got crabs. Let's just do a meat and spicy boy. Alright, that'll work. Oh, no. Put down. Stop that. We should do a little bit of heart recovery. weird that they stop moving and freeze while I'm cooking. Cool. Let's get some smaller ones. I am at the point that I could probably make myself a defense one and it would actually be worthwhile. What else we got here? What do these do? Cold resistance, defense, increased stamina, movement speed, restore health depleted by gloom. Oh, that's good to know. Let's do a meat, a salt rock, and 2 defense things, and a defense room. Let's go. We are preparing for war. We need to make sure that we have... We have to be prepared. Yeah. Got the salt and everything. Alright, last one. Alright, what do you guys want? What do you guys want for the last one? Oh, we could increase our temporary hearts just in case if we want to. What does cooking these do? Bitter powder makes it inedible. Huh. We'll throw salt in there. Let's make an actual meal. So we're gonna get some salt. We'll get an egg. We'll get... I don't have any rice, but I do have garlic. We'll get, like, a piece of meat. And we need a vegetable. Oh, tomatoes. Look at that. Remind me what this actually is, and I'll see if I can make it later at home. Energizing steamed mushrooms. Cool. Pretty sure I only put 1 mushroom in there. Alright. We should probably also heal. Alright. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Can I walk on this? Is that walkable? Well, Can I walk on that? That looks like regular lava. I feel like that's not something I can do. It's almost like I haven't played for a week and I forget what I'm doing. Thanks. Listen, I would not put it past this game for me to immediately, like, just get dunked into some nonsense. Is the door not open? Door! Open. Open! Hey, you.
Goro! Let's go!
Oh, do I have to hit the thing? I gotta do this, right? To open the door. I forgot. That's why I was standing literally right in front of it when I loaded up the save file.
Huh?
It opened! Yeah, thanks. Ew! Smash those rock and rescue Zelda. Alright, let's definitely rescuing Zelda. That's definitely what we're doing. Definitely. There's gonna be something that's gonna come out of the top of there. It looks like a giant starfish. I know. This is a... oh, God. Alright, here we go. Let's go! Alright, well...
Here I go!
Come here, you. Go! Hell yeah! First try! I kind of thought something was going to come out and start attacking me right away, I'm not going to lie.
Where's Zelda? That's really, really big!
Hey, great, gross. No, don't look at me. Don't look at me, don't like it. Are you gonna drop? Are you gonna be a giant crab? Hey, you're alive! Hey, Zip, good to see you. We were talking about you yesterday. Oh, God.
Oh no! Is Zelda inside the monster?
Zelda is the monster, you fool! Marbled Goma. Well, I hate this.
Blake! We've got to save her, Goro!
I like that they gave him a soul patch to make him look like a weirdo teenager. Alright, come here. You better not run away immediately. Come
I
here.
can do it! Those legs will hurt if they hit you!
Yeah, I know. Shoot. Where are you? Come back here. I'm assuming I need to, like, shoot you. Come here. Oh my worst. Oh, okay.
I can do it!
Those are bombs. Got it. Okay, wait. Go back.
It's gonna explode! Get back!
Hold up.
Maybe there's a way to expose its weak point.
Yeah! Alright, come here, you. Boom! Yeah! We got this. Hot damn. Go.
Watch out! Oh no! Blake!
Apparently I ran into one. Oh, there was one right there. Yeah, I just didn't see it. Alright, let's... Alright, so having the damage is not really doing us any good. I don't want to eat that yet. Specifically because we're not doing any damage ourselves. We will just consume all of the apples. Hey, you.
I can do it! Sure! Now's our chance, Goro!
Oh, right, I can't use bombs. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, bro. I always forget about that. Come here, you.
Goro! Let's go! That's not enough! Look out!
I am not doing a whole lot of damage. This way.
Here I go! Shut up! Now's our chance, Goro!
Can I, like, climb on him? Yeah! Yep.
You alright? Keep it
No, we're fine. We take those.
together!
We take those!
Goro! Look out!
Come on. Shoot your load. It's fine. Oh, can you move, please? Thank you.
I can do it! Let's go! Now's our chance!
Alright, let me switch my weapon here. I think we got something. Hell yeah. Oh, second base. Nice! Oh, of course. Well,
Almost! Look out!
can you? Oh.
Spin away! Quick! Here it comes! Here I go! Sure! Now's our chance, Goro!
Now's our chance, Goro! Let's go! Get fucking bent. Get set to get bent, motherfucker! Boom! 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 Ah, shit.
Think. Watch out!
Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, I knew that thing was gonna break immediately. You, come here. Boom! I missed? Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Rejected. We could throw a bomb at it. That's okay. Oh. Okay, let's grab our last quickie. Oh, let's grab this one. Meat skewer! Let's go. Come on, where are you going?
Watch out!
Here, you. What the heck happened to get up? Oh my god. I don't know what happened to this man. Here.
Here I go!
Go.
More bombs going on! Let go! Handle
No, I probably don't want to be up here. Crystal. Oh, I don't think I can get to him from here, but I will try my best. Yeah, I did not do that correctly.
Here I go!
Did you miss? You suck, dude. Come on.
Goro!
Don't climb on this guy.
Here I go!
Eh.
I can do it!
Ouch.
So strong!
It is not. You're just a weenie. Stop being a weenie. Here. Where is it? Don't fall on my head. Cool,
Now's your
thanks.
chance!
There we go. Get bombed, bitch. Bonk, 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 bonk. Fuck you. Ah. Die. Get out of here. You crab. Gross. I hate your face. Your mom's ugly too. You fucked. Whoo. Yada yada. Rad music. I like that boss, that was fun. I'm good at video games! First try! So I'm just gonna catch up on chat here. Actually just gonna move this in a little bit so I can see a little bit easier. Rescue the Rock, smash Zelda. Talking about while you were living in Darkness? Yes, yeah, I heard about what was going on. About your, current weather, I guess, going on. Did you get the photo for your compendium? No, I can get its photo when it's in hell. All of you who thought it was gonna take me 5 tries, suck it. To be fair, the Gleeok did take me a little while. Hey, Yonobo, did you consider using the giant fucking... the giant fuck-off robot, kaiju robots? No? Okay. Okay, plot, I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet for plot. Hey, JK, good to see you.
Little rock.
I've heard that voice.
Yeah, last
Are
game.
you the one who's been talking to us this whole time, Goro?
Yes, I am your ancestor from a time long past.
It's on your head.
I served the first king of Hyrule as a mighty warrior, and as a sage who, like you, could command fire. You fight using your body as a weapon. Impressive. You are my descendant, the pride of the Gorons. You defeated that monster, the source of those foul rocks. But it was the Demon King who summoned it. He sent that monster to keep you from obtaining the stone you just found. My secret stone.
I was way too close to your dick.
Secret stone? Demon King?
Huh. So this is the first you've heard of any of this. Then listen carefully to what I have to say. Let me tell you about the imprisoning war and the
If your
duty
dick looks
of
like a
our
comma, you
people.
should probably get that checked out.
Many years ago, in the kingdom of Hyrule's earliest days, a great evil, the Demon King, sought to conquer the kingdom and kill everyone who resisted his rule. Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, rose up to oppose him, along with me and 5 other warriors. And to fight the Demon King, Rauru trusted us with secret stones. Incredible artifacts that amplified our powers. I stood beside my fellow sages as the Sage of Fire, stronger than ever with my secret stone. However, we were no match for the Demon King. Even my strongest blows weren't enough to break him. Rauru understood that we couldn't overcome the Demon King. In one last brave act, our leader sacrificed himself to imprison that monster.
That was the imprisoning war.
And then sometime later, the Sage of Time, one of the 6 sages, came to me. Her visit would set the Goron's duty in stone.
The magic restraining the Demon King will be undone. He will return. When that time comes, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. But Link will need help. Lend him your power. Your fire. The Goron's mastery of fire.
In that moment, the duty of the Goron people was clear. I'd like nothing more than to smash the Demon King. I swear that when the Demon King returns, the Sage of Fire will awaken again. The Goron Sage and the Goron people will fight alongside your swordsmen. And that's what you need to know about the imprisoning war and of our people's duty. You saved Goron City, but the Demon King is still out there. Yunobo, Little Rock, take out my secret stone and honor the pledge I made to the Sage of Time long ago.
Grab my balls.
Fight alongside the swordsman. Link.
Bro-fist. Alright. I like it. It's a cool story. Also.
So, it's my duty to help you fight?
Like in the last game?
And he wants me to inherit this? Really?
I really hope Link didn't see any of
I
that.
don't know if I'm nearly as great as my ancestor was. But then, if I don't help out, I'd be letting everyone else down. There's no way I'll let that happen. I can do this!
Okay. Right to Codpiece. Alright.
I am the Sage of Fire! I've got an awesome new power,
Oh,
Goro!
excuse me. Sonic is on the run. He's blue and everything. I do like it's got the lizard on it and the design. That's cool.
Link, hold out your fist.
Pull my finger. God, my arm!
You can count on the Sage of Fire. I'll fight by your side till the very end.
Except it
Take
won't be me.
this. It's proof I stand with you.
Yeah, Link is a tiny boy. He's about the same size as Toolin. We must collect all the Chaos Emeralds. I mean, the Infinity Stones. I mean...
With that ring, you'll be able to call on my power anytime, Goro. I promise, I'll be strong enough to fight beside you, no matter what happens. Okay, let's head back.
Alright, I don't mind the voice acting. I think it's fine, specifically because they're trying to do, like, an awkward teenager. The Goron is probably, like, Yunobu is probably one of my least favorite characters in the game. But that's not because I think he's a bad character, it's just because all the other characters are so fucking good. And he's just kinda goofy, which I don't think is wrong or bad, I think it's fine. Okay, cool, I was gonna say, are we gonna address that you got addicted everybody to, like, monster goop? Alright, Cranky Kong, beat up your kid, Donkey Kong Jr. I can hardly believe you making me worry like that. I oughta. Please don't be mad at President Yunobo. It's okay, Slurgo. I'm the one who made such a mess of things after all. If I had just been more careful. You said you'd put Goron City back to normal, and you did. You're the hero of Goron City. You were when you made Yunobo Co, and you are now. You were a hero when you were a drug dealer, and you're a hero when you're not a drug dealer. I have to thank you too, Link. You got rid of the marbled rock roast, and smiles are coming back to Goron City. I keep imagining what might have happened if you hadn't broke that mask. Ugh, no, I can't even think about it. Cringe. Princess Zelda wasn't angry we ruined the mask, was she? Actually, we weren't able to catch up with her. It was all so strange. Now that I think about it, it seems like she was walking towards that giant monster by choice. After that, we didn't see her again. President Yunobo, do you think that maybe Princess Zelda is one of the bad guys? What do you mean? Maybe the giant monster was pretending to be Princess Zelda. No way! Hang on, come to think of it, my ancestor was talking about the Sage of Time, and the Sage looked a whole lot like Princess Zelda, so maybe she is the real Zelda. But my ancestor lived a really, really long time ago, so that would be weird. But if that is true, then that means that was the real Zelda we were following. My ancestor said, but that was so long ago. And Princess Zelda, could she have been the real one? Or not? Or maybe? I'm so confused, Goro. Real or not, we need to find Princess Zelda and ask her ourselves. I'll ask the guys at Yonobo Co. to search the area around the city for any leads on the princess. If you're not here with me, we'll still be connected, Link. You can count on me. Vow of Yonobo, Sage of Fire. Proof of the Vow of Yonobo, Sage of Fire. Used to summon or dismiss the avatar of Yonobo. The enthusiasm great and all, but let's not go digging up any more weird rocks. You got that, President Yonobo? Sir, you need to be in jail. Yonobo of Goron City. Complete. Hooray! Okay. Why does this guy look like he's still got some shit to say? I remember to think about Zelda. When we were mining marbled rocks on the north side of Death Mountain, she said something kind of funny. She told me not to go near the lizard lakes, but she didn't say why. I'm a bit surprised to hear the words lizard lakes coming out of your craw. Don't much hear about them lakes these days. I still recall an old nursery rhyme about them. One brother hunts what the other brother hides, two lizards fighting over what's inside. Not everyone knows this, but lizard lakes are also called the Lizard Brothers. I searched high and low for them back in my younger years. Anyways, thought treasure might be there somewhere. Then, on my hunt, Death Mountain blew its top. It was covered in lava before you could say boom. Boy, I'd forgotten all about my search for the lakes. That's it. Talking about this has me all worked up. It's gonna be a real long time, but I'm ready to start that hunt again. Blessed taste to start looking is halfway up Death Mountain. My hunch way back when led me to the north side. There's a Yonobo Co. dig site there too, so we can hop a minecart and get cracking. Oh, my back. Okay. Alright. The marbled rock rose just up and vanished. Sometimes the strangest things happen. Yeah, that's not what happened if you're addicted to something and that thing disappears. But the city's bustling again and leaving work at the inn, the blah blah blah. Maybe we should take a vacation. No, let's go somewhere where you can see the moon. I'm thinking about going to the full moon shone on remember how the before we were born. How could I forget? It was quite the sight. Going back there is a great idea, but with the lava flows in the area, confusing to navigate. I don't remember where it is. I follow you on this one, Volcon. Oh, I was counting on you to remember. Full moon? Eavesdrop and Orient. God, you guys are terrifying. Gorons are born of lands, you see. Vulcan and I were born in the same place, so you could say we're rock brothers. We were born in a cave, but the full moon shone so brightly, lighting up the darkness of the cave. It was a mystical thing to see. I remember thinking it was weird that it was the middle of the day and not night. I was just a baby, but I still remember it. The only other thing I recall is that it was somewhere at Lake Verona. In Elden Canyon. But that's it. My memory's all fuzzy, Volcon. You can remember anything else? No use. Nothing is bringing it to mind. But if I could see a picture or something that shows the full moon shining on the ground, maybe a map on Earth, so they want me to take a picture. Okay, cool. I already have all the clothes. So I don't care about anything else in this entire area except every side quest I can find between point A and point B. What do you got? Nothing? Okay. Excuse me? Yup. Yup. Break. Destroy. Why? This is the worst! This is unacceptable! This is a Zelda game! I demand to destroy the pot! I got apple.
Oh.
So what's your story? Getting some Goron sightseeing? That's nice and peaceful again? You know I'm reborn, didn't you? What? Headline. You're fooling out. Blah, 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 blah. You're on the road, please. Will you? Time, money. Gotta be on the trail of mysteries. Parks ask, great mystery. Oh yeah, geez, I can't believe I let that slip. All the Gorons lived underground way back then, particularly the trail of mystery. Great one, even Gorondia. Lucky you even asked. Most Gorons, they'll tell you they don't know a thing, but I'm gonna stop me. Nope, I'm an awesome reporter. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this great mystery and turn it into a greater book. Duma's Guide to the Unknown is going to fly off the shelves. What shelves? There's no... Where are you? What shelves? There's barely a... Whatever. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Where are we going? Let's look at the map. Okay. Well, yeah, I am being pointed to... I believe this is the Lanayru area. Like, so this is Sidon. Whom we love. And then over here is the desert. We do have a couple of... We have a very weird... We've gone weird directions. I will admit that. Alright. So we should try and do... the Rito Rope Bridge. Oh, yeah. I gotta do that. I also need to go back and get the rest of the Rio outfit, so we'll do that. But we're gonna do the hidden treasure. Meat for meat. Oh yeah, I forgot. We just abandoned that. Lizard Lacey believes they're halfway up Death Mountain on the north side. Okay. North is this way. Away we go! Yeah, yes. I would assume the pelican is the one running around in that. According to this, Gorons just appear under the ground. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. That's probably why they don't wear clothes. They don't actually have any bits. We must catch the lizard. He's looking right at me. Nice. Alright. Two lizards halfway up. Well, this is, well, we need to go this way, right? Because we gotta go halfway up Death Mountain. Well, there's the two lizards there. Oh. Well, I think I could be wrong, but this might have given it away. Let's go right here. Let's put a pin in this. Let's go that way. Yeah, gee, I wonder. You know what? I appreciate simple tasks sometimes. Things that are easy to find once in a while. Not everything has to be super hard every time. Speaking of super hard, I sense some crime. Oh. Hello, yes? Can I help you? Yunobu's vow has granted you the power to summon his avatar. Okay. Yeah, no problem, bro. Alright, No, don't memorize this. I don't... Stop that. There we go. That way? I made a car. I want to run them over. If I control this, does he know who jumps? No, he doesn't. Oh, he does! He jumps at the front! Yes! Sup, bitches! Oh, did he miss? No, he didn't. Fire again! Hell yeah! Shot him in the back. Let's go. Bonk. This is funny as fuck. Oh, hi. I need another weapon. Hey, that's not casting magic. Why don't you cast magic? Lame. Damn. Alright. It's time! Alright, cool, thanks. Give me this. Pick us up. I need another weapon. It's okay, I'll find one. Give me a sec. Oh, there we go. Cool, that'll work. Ouch! Fuck you! Oh, Tulin's got him! I like how I have no plan. I have none. All zero, none plans. I'm a genius. Oh shit, hi. I didn't realize you were still here. I was wondering why the, I like that he points at me like that. I was wondering why the music was still going. Oh, I got treasure and everything! I was just murdering for the fun of it. Lovely. What the fuck was that? What the hell did they just kill? Oh, there was a buddy over here. Cool. Alright, well we need to make some better weapons now. But let's collect this stuff first. Toasty sun shrooms. Mmm, delicious. Blackened crabs. All kinds of good shit here. Look at all this. Nice. We got some good booty. Destruction. Destroy. Break. Murder. Yeah. Taco? Oh, it was a roasted bass. I can only imagine how happy Link would be at the idea of tacos. He'd be so cute. Look at how happy he gets over like some roasted mushrooms. You give this man a taco and watch him just like... Hey, that's a pretty good shield. What do I got? That one's got defense up. That one's got 2 defense up. Yeah, we can drop one of these. Cool. Alrighty. Anyway. Where are we going? This way. Hey, we should go to that. Eee. Those aqua rocks are pretty hilarious, yeah, you're right. I do like that they, I do know that they can restore your weapons. Oh yeah, we need to upgrade our weapons here. What do we got? What do we got for upgrades? Oh, we got another one of these. So we hold this. Drop that on there. We got a defense traveler sword that's like not damaged, so we're gonna take this. That'll be good for it. We do that. That'll be good. Nice. That's a good one. We got a claymore and an extra attack traveler sword. Ooh, what's this thing for? Moderately increased. That might be good. That's a 16. I want 17. Thrown weapons go further. I feel like we make another frost horn. I feel like we should have used our frost horn on our good one. I mean, I want to make another Gleeok Frosthorn, but I think I'm gonna wait until I have another, like, good... until I have another that looks so goofy. Until I have another Traveler Sword that's good for it. We are going to put... we're gonna put one of these. Yeah, once you get used to... Oh my god. Bonk! Once you get used to kind of the way the fuse system works, it's a little bit easier. This is fine for now. I'm gonna save that Claymore. I'm gonna do... I'm also gonna... Up we go! Huzzah! Hey, a rocket ship. Nice. I'm fucking rocket ship. I am not in a hurry. I mean, I guess we could glide, right? We could, like... Really? Let me go! I wanna go burr! Let me go burr! Let's go! We can go fight the fire Gleeok. Yeah, we could definitely do that. I don't like that gloom on the side there. I'm worried it's gonna turn into hands. I don't want it to turn into hands. I don't like grabby hands. They are a bad touch. Do not appreciate bad touch grabby hands. It is not too hot, so I'm gonna switch to our climbing gear. I cannot wait to get the full climbing gear equipped. That's gonna be spicy. I need to get more hot water. I require more caffeine. I need more tea. You guys better be fucking... This deserves, like, a like and subscribe. Did you guys watch me bonk that bitch? Yeah, we can go to the Lost Woods soon. I do want to... I will stretch. I'm just gonna get us up this bit here. We are expert climbers. Don't worry, everything's fine. Oh, we're gonna make it. Don't worry about it. I'm prepared. See? Prepared. We have so much adventuring to do. We have so much to do! Dirty climb boy. Yo, you right? Nice! Alright. We're gonna go in here. I'm gonna get some hot water running. Hell yeah! Let's go with my dumb big helmet and giant pants. And my shirtless, my sleeveless top. Let's go! I'm good at video games. Come on. You guys gotta cut me like a little bit of slack. Controlling device. Okay. Alright. Okay. I mean... Let's go. This is fine. Alright. Okay, well there's a fuck off dude. That's alright. Why did he jump like that? I pressed the wrong button. It just jumped into the fuck. I'm a clown. Oh my god. I did so good. I've been doing so well, and then I just fucking completely embarrassed myself. Yeah, whatever. So what else is new? Yes, yeah, we talked about that before. Fresh and Fit lost they didn't get banned, or unless they've now gotten banned, but before they hadn't been banned, they just got demonetized. So like their channel wasn't gone, but they couldn't make any money off of it anymore, at least not through YouTube ad revenue or anything like that. Not like they can't make, oh hey, it's still here. That's funny. Alright, let's not fuck this up this time. Excuse me, thank you. Yes, I require this, I think. Probably, for some reason. There we go. Alright, I wasn't sure if I could go backwards and was being a little bit concerned, but that's okay. Who says I don't know how to drive? Fuck you. I have a pokey stick. That's fine. Cool. Alright. Apparently we need to launch ourselves into a what the fuck? Oh, that's just the ending area. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I want to be here yet. Where am I supposed to drop the ball that I picked up? Okay. Hey, Al, how's you doing? Tell your sister I say hi. Your sister's super cool. You missed me fight the boss. First try, baby. Oh, I'm just supposed to put it right there. I don't know why I didn't even see that right in front of me. And then I jumped in lava. Of course I did. The Goron boss. Ugh! The big stone crab boy. First try, baby. Hell yeah. First try, Chesh. Oh yeah? That tracks. Give me my item. Give me stuff. Mighty. Ooh, yeah. Hell yeah, I want that. Give me that shit. Let's just... I kind of don't want to get rid of this one because... Wait. No, I can drop this. I don't think I care about that. I was thinking about, like, things that are immune to fire and electricity, but I don't think I get them okay. Yep, I just finished Yunobo. So the next thing I have is... Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Just a second. Wait. Please hold. Give me this. Thank you very much. I am a big brain. Let's go. We zoom in. I mean, theoretically, I guess you could, without the controller, just drive this. Do we get a perfect landing? Yeah! Yeah, we do. Woo! Let's go! Yeah, I've beaten both bosses in the first try so far this game. So I beat the big thunder dragon with the circle ice thing going on. I beat that in the first try, and I beat the fire crab in the first try. The thing that took me a while was the ice Gleeok. Oh, and that the third difficulty construct. The construct thing, that took me a few tries. And then there was... I haven't even fought, like, the big frog thing. And, like, I haven't had a problem with, like, the stalls yet, so... The Gleeok took a lot of first tries. I think I did it in 4 tries? 5, maybe? The Fire Gleeok. I have not tried the Fire Gleeok yet. So, we'll see. The Zonai thing on his chest kind of looks like, reminds me a little bit of, I have not fought any Lionels. No, I saw one Lionel and I hid from it like a pussy. I regret nothing. And yes, and the grabby hands. Yeah, there's a few things that I just haven't fought yet. Because I'm just like, no. That looks like a whole lot of no. Alright, well, that is in the direction that we're going. So let's go this way. Yeah, so there's the lizards. So yeah, we're heading right exactly where we need to be. Noise, 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 noise. So there's a shrine there and a shrine right there. What is that? Oh, okay. Alrighty. We jammin'. We jammin'. We're a little bit to the right of where we're wanting to go, because here's our lizard pools. I guess we go to that thing that looks like it's evil. Yep, there's guys on there, so I'm just gonna land right on the top here and go down. What's that? Is that something? Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Oh, that looks like it's a... What is that? What am I looking at? I don't even know what that is. I don't actually want it on my map, though. Like, what? Huh? Whatever. I'll see it when I get over there. I'll probably forget. Ah. Doom. These things are the best, man. Fight your friends! Yeah, off he goes. Go fight your friends. This guy's just like minding his own goddamn business, and this guy's like, where are you swinging at, you clown? He's stuck. Yeah, I think it's a glyph. He missed! It's game, hello? Oh man, if it wasn't 6 in the morning in this game, I would wait until nighttime. They got 3 treasure chests. Bro, you suck. Alright. What do we got here that's gonna do some dabblage? We could light him on fire. No. And we equip a weapon that's worth a damn. Oh, or that happens. Did they just knock him off? That's hilarious. What? Huh? What? Oh, I didn't even see that guy, actually. apparently you can just push them, yeah. Bye. Give me your boots. Thanks. Goodbye. Yeah, easy. What are these? Oh, these are bombs. Get that out of here. What is this? What is this? What do you do? Oh, it's like the fire thing. It's okay, back up we go. We gotta go get our treasure after we murder those people because we're a dirty crime boy. I don't want another claymore. I got lots of those. Claymores are for mining. Minding your own business. Put on a sword handle. Okay. A cannon? I'm sorry, a cannon shield? Excuse you? Use it to a shield. Okay, 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 I will do that. Oh, 50 bucks! Okay, where did it go? Where was it? Down here, right? Hold on. Where was it? There it is. I need to equip this shield. Oh wait, no, I already got a shield on that shield. Let's do this one. ZL. Nope. There. All right. What the fuck? Bro, this game, I swear. Oh no. That's fucking hilarious. Ah, so peaceful, gliding around Hyrule. What the fuck is that? Is that a Bakobo? What is that? Oh, it's a Let's Alpha. Was I supposed to approach this from over here? Maybe not. I feel like if you put it on a sword, you're gonna blow yourself up. Like, that's what that seems like to me. That's hilarious. This game, like, you know, the developers had to program that and put it in there, realizing that you could, oh my god. Alignment. Chaotic neutral. Very, very chaotic neutral. Oh, so I just gotta wait for it to be like here, and then let's go. Oh, it wasn't quite right. Alright. Oh no, they're spinning at the same rate, so you gotta move them around. Easy! No, it's okay, I got one already. Da 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 da. I think actually, hold on, I want to do this one right. Good. So then I can go through this one and then get the treasure, which I think is in the middle there. I think? Like, I think I saw an opening. Oh, yeah, it's right Nice! I knew I saw an opening. I know what I'm talking about. Zonite Longsword 10. I don't really like the magic rod that much. I also could care less about this. I do like the halberds. Cool. Alright, down we go. Alright. Easy. Let's go! Oh, you gotta fuse stuff to it. Oh, okay. Cool. Zonite swords and oh, so like if you pair Zonite stuff with Zonite stuff, it gets better. That's cool. Shrine! Oh, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. There we go. Yeah! Yeah! I am a shrine goddess. Let's go. Victor of this shrine, that which imprisons the blah blah blah. You have done well to reach this place. I mean, to be fair, you would not be able to do any of these without your grandpa's jizz hand. Hell yeah. Let's go! Give me that! Thanks. I do not know how many shrines are in this game. I do know they, like, didn't they double, like, the number of Koroks or something? There's, like, tons of them. May the light of blessing grant you strength. The strength you seek. Yeah, thanks. It's a lot of shrines or Koroks. I know there's a lot of Koroks. I look at that little, the little lizard's got toe beans. Oh, that's so cute. All right, so there's supposed to be treasure around here somewhere. I hate you. I want you to die. That you're not dying fast enough for me. I want you to die faster, please. Thank you. I do like that the Lizalfos just get bonked by the right element. Oh, well, I don't like you either. Go away. Get the fire lizard. Shh. We must get the fire lizard. We needs it. We wants it. Wonderful. Alright. Doggos. We're looking for treasure, right? Well, let's go to that fucking smoke, I guess. Yep. Up we go! Yeah, Lizard Lake treasure. Yeah. The Lizard Brothers or something? I don't know. Oh my god, it's these guys! Oh hell yeah, are we raiding? We doing a raid? What could you possibly need right now? We're right in the middle of monster control. Oh, hold on, Link? Link, is that you? Do you remember me? It's Torin. We met at Hyrule Castle. We were looking for Princess Zelda. Does this mean you will help us? Right now we're approaching a swarm of monsters up ahead. After we close in on their base, we plan to begin our attack. If you're up for it, Link, we can join forces and give the city monsters the boot together. Yeah, let's fucking go. Yeah, let's fucking go. Where are we going? Who are we fighting? Let's go. Let's go, guys. I'm ready. I'm ready with a boom. Oh, wait, we're going up here. Oh yeah, that looks like a monster place. Hey, let's go! Are you guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? Charge! Yeah! Let's go! Boom! Oh, you suck. These guys are having a straight out party. Hold on. I want to throw the puff one. Where's the puff shooter? There we go. One more of these. Boom! Ouch! Get bent! Yeah, let's go! Let's go! This is a straight up party. Hi, you. Oh my god! Let's go! Oh, I missed it. Get out of here! Oh, ouch! Fuck you! Yeah, let's go! I guess I could have shot like a thing and then fired my like cannon a bunch. Don't mind, can I talk to you and I have a moment of your time? I gotta collect all the bits. Man. That dude's got okay, cool. These guys have fused weapons. That's pretty cool. That guy's got a fire keys wing. That guy's got a bokoblin horn. I did the hardest part of the work. Yeah, of course I did. Couldn't help but notice you don't seem to be carrying that famed sword of yours. Yeah, I heard you have a special sword, and yet you don't have it on you. I don't know. My sword looks pretty special. No? Okay. Tell him he's a dick. His hair's stupid. Our horse is way better. Allow me to give you this as a reward. Oh yeah, $100. Nice. I'll take that. It's been a complete mission. We make for the Akala span in the northeast Akala next. Well, we'll try to defeat as many monsters as we can. I do want to go to Akala. May the gods highly always protect you, brave swordsman. Okay, get out of here. I have a bunch of stuff to cat. Like, I gotta grab things. Listen, Mike. I just teleport. Oh, that's funny. These guys were just cooking it, having a party, having a good time, and we just came in and stormed their whole ass house. Like, I feel like we might be the baddies. Well, it broke the rock. Nothing came out of it, but it worked. That's hilarious. Or am I just like blasting? Oh, it's just flying all over the place. Okay. Ooh. Do I want the halberd? I think I do. Claymore. I need to maybe keep. I can probably drop the sturdy long stick. What's this? Spear is. Nah, we do that. God, this cannon is fucking ridiculous. Hey! This is Clown Town. This is absolute Clown Town. Does that damage my shield at all? Or can I just like do this continue like forever? little bit awkward to aim if you're not used to it. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, oh yeah, that's probably true. Let's go. One shot! Nice. I gotta find that guy again. Now that I know what I'm supposed to use the bauble gems for. It's all good. I ain't in a rush. It broke my shield! Your cannon shield broke. Bow, boo! Boo! Boo this man, boo! So you need like a shield with durability on it. That's really funny. Okay, I'm just gonna break all my shit. It's all good. I didn't see anything else come out of there, so I can only assume that it fell down the hole. Yeah. Rock salt! Come on, man. Wow, I got only rock salt. Okay. Anything else in here? Are we done? I think we're done. Nice. Come here, rock. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. There's a, what, huh? Are you talking about like a, oh, nice. It's a sword? I mean, I ain't too worried about it. I'll get there eventually. If I start getting close to it, then let me know so I don't miss it. But until then, like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to try and, like, rush find it. I got enough to do. If and you know what I mean. I'm trying to find treasure. We always want more fire fruits. Hey! Sup, bro? His little fuzzy mouth. Cool. I do have heat resistance. I do have heat resistance. I have fireproof. Do we ride the dragon? I think we ride the dragon. Let's fucking go. I've heard that you can do this and I haven't tried it yet, so we're gonna see if we can ride Dinral. We're not, are we high enough? I don't think we're high enough. We need to get higher. Where can we go? I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to him. We're gonna try our best. I know we're moving away from him, but that's okay, because we're gonna get... Yeah, we might not be high enough to chase the dragon. You're right, you're right. Damn, we like just missed him. We need to be over here, I guess. I don't think we can get to him. We can try higher and see if we can fly across. Fast travel to the Skyview Tower. Oh, that's a good idea. Where is it? Well, the towers... The tower's way over here. So I don't think... We need to get ahead of him. Fuck the lizard treasure, we need to ride the dragon! I'm so low. Ugh. Run. You should just be able to run up this stuff. Really? There you go. We doing it. We doing it. Oh, can we get through that hole? Hold on. Damn it, it's not a hole. Shit. I was kind of hoping for a spot that I could just... I'd be able to ascend through to the top of this. We haven't gotten close enough to him to hear the music yet. Damn it, he's going the other way. Listen here, you little shit. No, come on. Oh, it's a blood moon. Oh. Damn it. Alright. We'll catch him next. Oh, hey. Oh, hey, it's that monster guy. Dinroll? I don't know if Dinroll's a boy or a girl. I don't know if the dragons have genders.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land,
Yeah.
the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
Yeah, sure, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. All my hard work just goes to waste. I mean, the goddesses are women, but the dragons, as far as I know, do not have a specified gender. They're only ever called by their... Why is there a tree there? Hello! Alright, right before we talk to this motherfucker, we're gonna take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Burb! Yo, there it is. Yo, we back. We are here to talk to this dude. Greetings and good meetings. I trade treasure for bubble gems. Yeah, you're the nice traveler from before. You gave me your bubble gem. So kind, many thanks. You know, it was a very special moment for me. Yes, very special. Yeah, I need more bubble gems. I must have more. I'm sorry. Ever since we parted, I've been traveling far and wide. And yet I still haven't gathered a single bubble gem. When will I become a Satori? What am I to do? It can't be a coincidence. We meet again, traveler. Fate, yes, fate brought us back together. I'm sure of it. Please! If you get your fingers on any more bubble gems, would you give them to me? I promise I'll give you suitable treasures in exchange for them. For example, look up there! That mystic clothing there is all yours if you bring me lots and lots of bubble gems. I mean, yeah, I want it. Give me clothes. Then yes, get your fingers on any bubble gems. Please bring them to me. I'll be traveling far and wide in search of those gems myself. So if you spot my stall at night, don't be shy. Do come by. I mean, I am literally, yes. Oh yes, I forgot to mention something important. When it comes to ball gems, I believe gobbling down many at once is the key to turning into a story. So in the future, please bring me the quantity I ask for altogether. The reward I give you will be based on how many gems you give me. A good deal for both of us. If you have bubble gems, I will trade them for treasure. No, let's see. If you give me 2 bubble gems, I'll give you an item of value. Oh yes, I'll give you the Moblin mask. Yeah, here you go. Oh, thank you. I'll delay no more. Here I go. What is the strange feeling running upwards and downwards my body? Yeah, it's still not enough bubble gems. I'm sorry. Now I am myself once more. Please, here's the treasure I promised you. Nice. I'll let you in on a little secret. Ever since I ate that first bubble gem, I've been able to sense the presence of bobber frogs. Though not all of them. For you, I can put my bobble frog feelers to work and see if the places they might likely be found. Of course, if you happen to have any remaining bubble gems, I'll happily trade them for treasure. The Hinox toenail might be of interest. I'll give you 3 of them for $2 gems. Yeah, sure, whatever. 1/3 of the gems. I'm basically just gonna give him everything that I've got on me. Thanks. I'm sure I'm gonna need those for upgrading my armor, so... 3 bubble gems. Oh yes! Give me the mystic robe. Oh, cool. Yeah, here you go. I'm overjoyed, I am! I knew you'd come through, traveler! I'll delay no more, here I go! Ooh. Rupee padding. What? Bauble gems woven with prayers to spirits. It protects the wearer, allowing them to lose rupees instead of health when hit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I got 8 more, man. I mean, I'll take Fire Key's eyeballs. Let's go. I'm always looking for eyeballs. Thanks. A Lizalfo mask? Yeah, cool. Alright, I think I'm out of bauble gems for now. I don't know if it's like more effective to do this differently with this guy, but I don't... It's fine. Oh wow, there's a log of the... Why is there a log of these conversations? What? That's interesting. I'm just saying yes to everything. I'm only gonna say no to the next one, because I don't have enough. Cool. We were chasing the dragon, but we were not able to keep up. Where are we going? I'm gonna teleport us to here. Yeah, I figured that's gonna be the plan. At least that's what I was gonna do. That was my plan. My plan was just to feed this man as many bauble gems as he feels like he wants to eat. Alright. Where am I going? I need to get to over there. Excuse me, sir. Die. Thank you. I knew that guy was back because of the blood moon, so I was eyes out for him. Heads up, 7 up, basically. You get to get masks and shit. You never use them. I like the masks. The masks are fun. They're super goofy. I think they're a good time. So this is one of the lizards. So okay. They're magical healing ponds. Good to know. Neato burrito. I could use a piece of meat. Meat! Simple, nice, easy, clean. See, look, he's got a little toe. I can sit in the toe beans! There's supposed to be treasure, right? Okay, well, there's a cave, I guess. Yeah, I mean, they're only really useful if you want to avoid combat. So if you're not trying to avoid combat, or if you just want to, like, user your way through, right? If you're just, like, seeing what they do, because that's a lot of fun. Lizard's burrow. Oh, man, we found it right away. Ah, hell yeah, look at us go. And it was nice enough to give me back my bomb flower. Thanks. Thanks. So, I guess we go to the other one and see if there's something on the other side too, right? Oh yeah, I guess I could use you to just break rocks. I don't have to use my weapons anymore, which is nice. This looks like an outfit. Varudinia Divine Helm. Oh, there's so many. I do like the bomb flowers as well, I agree. Thank you. I mean, this looks cooler and more interesting than the— oh, hey, speaking of the devil. Bonk. You shoot at me now? I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. Stop that. Stop shooting at me. What are these? What are those? Are they turn into money? My little guys? My little guys have masks? What little guys? What? Oh, he's got the mask! Whoa, bro! What the fuck? Yo! Oh, that's so cool! Fuck yeah! Oh my god! Nice! So we gotta find the Toolin one too then. We gotta get him a little mask too. Hell yeah! Alright. Oh, so we did that one, which was this one, so we should check this side, right? Right? We should check the other one, which is this way. Yeah, I'm making a mistake. Why am I doing it this way? Let's go! It makes him stronger when you wear it. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, hey, look, a Korok. Yeah! I mean, I kind of figured it would make them stronger as soon as I saw him wearing it. Because, like, I mean, what else would it do? Do I have to be wearing it to make him stronger, or does having it now just give him an upgrade? Because that would be cool. And this game does make it relatively easy that you can just switch outfits partway through. I look like I've got, like, a thong on with these pants. Like, I know it's not, but, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I assume that I can also upgrade this helmet. Maybe not. Some of the outfits are not upgradable by the fairies, so I guess we'll find out. Okay, we beat the boss already. Like, we beat the boss in the first try, so now we're just gonna run around and do some of the Goron quests. Just like we did with the Rito area. Oh, I should have grabbed that butterfly. Oh well, I didn't see it. Okay, so where's our... Is that the head of the lizard there? Okay, so this lizard points to that lizard, which points into the cave. Okay, cool. We did it! So I'm going to teleport to here. So I'm going to teleport to there because I know to the north over there I saw another shrine, so we're going to go grab that shrine. I don't know what they just told me about the Yunobo's charge, but oh well. Yo, look at that face. This way. That's a tower I need to do. We'll do that afterwards, I think. Yes. Okay, yeah, we will go that direction, because I'm going to stay away from the Lanayru area, and we're going to go this way down into this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit here, we're going to grab the Korok Forest, and then we're going to head down this way. And I really do want to go over here, because I want to see the plateau. That's our plan. But first we're gonna grab that shrine. Is there any benefit to going back up there? Like, can we go back up there? I mean, presumably we can, but I don't know why we would. Is there a reason? Can I go look? I wanna go look. Oh, that's just the entrance to the Never mind. That's just the entrance to the There's a... yeah, it goes into the gloom, right? It goes... It's just a gigantic fuck-off hole. Gliding around at the speed of sound. Got places to go. I should have gone to that shrine and then tried to follow Dinral from there. Can't stick around, have to keep moving on. Guess what lies ahead on the morning I am just gliding around. Just gonna get that shrine because there's no one to find. Yes, we got the shrine at the summit. That was where I just teleported to. Methinks? Pretty sure. Go check rock. What the hell is this nonsense? We also have to do some of the caves on the side of Death Mountain that we didn't do, because we didn't. Like the mining caves, we didn't really go into any of those, so we gotta check those out on our way by. What? Why is there like a cooking spot? Like, what the fuck? What is this? Alright, whatever. There it is. There's Alpha over there. I think I'm moving into a Kala. Yeah, we are. That is perfectly good and fine for me, because we need to do that anyway, because we gotta go talk to Robbie. We have so much to do. Use L down and X to kick off from surfaces. Oh, oh no! Oh no! No! Please, why? This is harder than dealing with these is harder than the fucking bosses, the fucking proving ground shit ass. Got a stick. Ugh, God. Alright. They will never know. Oh, there's a guy right the fuck there. Okay, I don't know if you can sneak up on them, really. We're gonna try. I got a pokey stick. Yeah, I don't blame you for skipping these. What the fuck? I think I can get in behind him on this side. Oh, we want that. Hell yeah. You don't see shit. Fuck off. Oh, fuck. You didn't see nothing! You didn't see shit! Shut up. I thought he was gonna go on the other side. Oh, God. Alright. No, this is fine. You go by. What? Please die. Please die. Give me your stick. what I wanted to do. I would like to... I'm trying to... Oh my god! Alright, fine. No, 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 no. This. Stop. Yeah, just let me start again. I hate this shit! This takes me so long. Yeah, no, I was trying to throw it. And I got in a bad position. I should have just fell back and like ran to the front so I could get them both. But it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. You shut up! Okay. Alright, I don't think... Is the long stick... Hold on. This is a throw... No, this is just a spear. Yes, okay. That's fine. I just grabbed their... I moved too soon the first time. I have a really hard time telling where their vision ends. So this guy's gonna turn around. Oh my god. And I need to wait for him to get like there. I think we're okay now. And then if I think if I stay like right here and don't move, he can't see me. I think. Like I might be able to sneak attack him. Okay, we can go to here. I want to use the ice things to hit the guys on the top with my bow. Sneak attack roll of 5d6. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Like, I don't think this guy sees me from here. Fingers crossed? Like, I don't think he sees me. Bullshit, it didn't even give me the option. This is fine, we got him in the corner. The other ones don't know I'm here. So we should be okay. They're thinking about it, but they'll chill out in a sec. Fuck off, you don't know I'm here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright. Cool. So now we can hold that. Drop it. Oh, fuck off! You didn't see nothing. Alright, we're going to hit this. We're going to... What the fuck? This game likes to seriously fuck with me about when it decides to lock on and when it doesn't. Huh. Okay. Okay, this guy's an idiot. I don't have bombs, so I can't break that yet. Kind of trying to look at my options here. Can't grab that from here, so I have to wait. You can... I wonder if I can shoot the... Huh. I guess I can ascend through it, which would be helpful. now that that guy can't see me, I should be able to go here, ascend through here. Take this, well, actually, let's equip this one. Fuse this to this. Then throw this like a motherfucker. Let's go! Damn it. Ugh. Ouch. Okay, we took care of those ones. Chill for a sec. What the fuck? Did I just like, did I get hit by a rock? Were you throwing rocks at me? Fuck you. Okay, so it's not really good to fuse it with and throw it. So I may as well fuse it and like, you are a dick. You, sir, are a fucking asshole! And we run away! They're catch up to me. I don't like that. Go away. God, you have a lot of health. Thank you. All right. What do we got? What are we operating with here? Ugh, gross. They don't really let you keep this stuff in here, so we can just hold this, drop that on the ground, fuse with the stick. Cool. All right. Where's our next guy? He's over there. They're not gonna let me, yeah, they cannot swim, so we took out a couple of them from that way. But they're not gonna let me, I'm almost out of arrows as well, and they're not gonna let me sneak up on anybody, which is kind of shitty. Like, they set all this up where I'm clearly capable of, like, hiding behind stuff, but then they don't let me sneak attack anything. And I don't know if that's just because I'm doing it wrong, but, like, the option didn't even pop for that other guy. Are you gonna stand there the whole time? You know, you're a dick. Oh, I'm out of fucking arrows. Whatever, I got a shield. So. I mean, I don't really need the bow, but whatever. Taking out the guys in the center was the biggest brain part. Oh, good. This is fine. We've got one arrow left. Hello. Give it! Oh, he had arrows. What an asshole. Robots are hard to sneak up on your experience. That's fair. That is fair. That is fair. I drank too much tea. I need to pee again already. This is nonsense. You know what? I'll take it. Second try is not too shabby for us. I'll take it. I guess I could have thrown the ball. No, I couldn't throw the ball. I tried to grab it. It didn't let me. Touching it just made me go, ouch. Give me my treasure! First try, Captain. Ooh, dang, that's a solid fucking weapon. I ain't gonna lie. What do we want to drop for this? This stupid shitty claymore? Yep. Thanks. Nice. That's some solid. You get some solid weaponry out of this. I'll give it that. All right, these guys are gonna talk. I'm gonna pee. I'm the fastest pisser in the West. Hell yeah. Wash my hands and everything. Yeah! We get another upgrade. God damn, these are a bitch. Woo! Thanks so much for the subscribe, Shadow Ninja, by the way. Thank you so much. I didn't see that come through because I'm fighting shit out. Is that like a whole... Okay, no, it's just one. Alright, where am I going? I need to go talk to Robbie, who should be over here somewhere, I think. Because this is the Zora. So this should be a... Oh, that's the town, right? That's the town we built last time. Okay. So, fuck those guys. I'm not even gonna bother. Don't care. Don't like them. Don't want them around. Don't want them in my face. We are going to go, yeah, just straight this way. I feel like there's another Goron thing that we didn't do. Hold on, let me check our map. First off, we need to get rid of this pin, because we did it already. I almost splat that pin right where we needed to go. That's pretty solid. Alright, adventure log. Okay. Side quest. The Hanto village. Oh, that's way over there. Well, never mind. That's completely the wrong way. Newspapers. Folks have arrived. She wants you and Pen to by visiting stables. I mean, we're doing that already. Gourmet got missing, we abandoned, so we could go back to that one. Beast Princess, subtropical southern region. Riding a mountainous beast. More stables. Fort Haneto, Akala. Oh, okay, here's the one we want to go to next. Message from an Asian, a piece of stone tablet engraved. Oh, yeah, okay. We're going to this one. It's over there. Okay, off we go. No! Fuck. Oh, well, there's another shrine. Well, we gotta go that way anyway. Let's go! I spy with my little eye a Korok. What do I gotta shoot it? I mean, okay. Nope. Whoops. Huh. Oh no. Not quite right. Not quite as intended. Whoops. Woohoo! Yaha! Woohoo! Yee-hee! Goddamn. Alright, let's try that again real quick. You guys didn't see anything. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't, no, you guys didn't see nothing. Alright, here we go. Let's try this again. Alright. Oh, that was like right on, no? That's too bad. Whoops. I did not mean to let go of that. Oh, I am dead on. What do you mean? What the oh. Nonsense! This is lying to me. Yeah, I'm 100% wasting arrows. What am I supposed to be doing here? Throwing something? You want this? Eh! What do you want? What do you want? Do you want me to throw a bomb? I have a throwing thing. I can throw this. Do you want this instead? Jump on it. As soon as I fell down, it went away. Oh. What? What as soon as I... But it went away! I don't understand! The game is cheating me! Yeah, shut up. I don't care about you. Picking up my arrows. See, I didn't waste any arrows. It's fine. Oh, fuck off hole. Alright, guys, do you want to do another fuck off hole? It's been a while since we did one. I'm willing to let you guys vote on what you want to do. We could... Oh, hello. Give me your eyeballs! Give me your eyeballs! Give me your balls! Very nice. Yeah, okay, so we can go and visit some of the... more of the Goron stuff. Because we have to go check out those places. Or we can check out this fuck off hole. Or if you want to... I mean, I'm gonna do the shrine while you guys decide. Dangerous holes? Back into the Underdark, shall we go? Are we gonna wander our way down to hell? Hell yeah, let's do it. Not to do the hole? Okay. No hole? I did spend a lot of time in the gloom already. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? Nothing. Okay. You guys have until the end of the shrine to make a decision. Poor Deku Tree. Man, I haven't seen anything about the Deku Tree yet. I don't know what you're talking about. Is the Deku Tree also a fuck off hole? Nice. We are headed that direction. I feel much more accomplished now that we're on part like 14 and I've actually finished 2 bosses now. I think what we should do is go find the Akala Tower. I think that's gonna be our best, our good big brain. A precise strike. Ooh, are we golfing? I enjoy golfing. Okay. I imagine we want to keep this pretty straight. That is not enough force. Okay. Give me that. We kind of want to hit it a little to the side, right? Oh! First try! Hell yeah! Hole in one, baby! That counts as the first try. The first strike was just me testing to see what it did. It's fine. Alright, what we got going on over here? Oh, we got a moving one. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Boo! I definitely whoops. Okay, that, listen. It's fine. Gimme, what the fuck? I feel like these ought to hit a lot, like, harder than they do, I guess. Bonk! Ah, too hard. Oh, I moved it. Oh, that was too hard last time, so we go here. Bonk! Not hard enough. We'll get it, we'll get it. Golfing is fun. I actually hate golf in real life. So we need to go, like, here, I guess? Almost. There? Hey! Nice! Huh? Did it like roll out a little bit and then just do it again? That's funny. Mighty Zonite Longsword. Cool. Wonky looking. Alright, are we doing, what do you guys, did you guys pick? Are we doing more Gerudo stuff or are we heading to Akala? We'll go back for the Gerudo stuff either way because there's gonna be good shit in there that we're gonna want, but we're also not in a rush to do it. First try every time. Oh man. I do want to do a little bit more of the sky stuff too, because we haven't spent a whole ton of time up there. We got 5 of these babies. I also need to see what they did with my house. The hole is a quickie. Ha 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 ha. Very funny. Ha ha. Giggle giggle. Thanks for showing me the map that I can't see. Oh, it's raining. I forgot that it rained a lot in Akala. Wait, why am I... Oh, no, I'm not going that way. I'm going this way. I better not use my giant thing. So I've got this mighty Zonai longsword. And I've got this shield that I need to not have equipped. And I got this bow, which is fine. Oh, that's why I was keeping the bump. Wait, why does this one cause lightning? Oh, no, this isn't... Okay, no, that just means it hasn't been used yet. Okay, we're fine. We should have something to put on that longsword. Let me see it. Okay. So I don't want to put this on it. I want to put something like this on it. Oh, no. We want to put this on it because it's a Zonai thing. So we put that on the ground. We can fuse it. Damn! Okay. I think we put the thing that's actually supposed to be on it. Oh, it should have been a captain one. That would have been better. Cool. Well, I guess we just run around with this for now. Alright. We are going this way. We need to find the tower, so we should keep our eyes out. Oh, let's jump on that rock. Let's go! Where the hell are we going? Okay, we get some distance. We're not attached to anything. Oh, well, boo, I guess. There's the tower, though. And another fuck-off hole. Why are there so many fuck-off holes? A cube. Smoke. Another shrine. Some assholes. Another shrine. We Gucci. It was a special one? That's okay, we'll come back to it. We're in no hurry. We got lots of time. We beat the boss so quickly, we got so much time on our hands. We've only been live for 2.5 hours. It didn't take me 7 hours to beat the stupid fucking piece of crap shrine this time. For once. Gucci gang. Oh, hey, is that a... Okay. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that one bit. Oh, there's another shrine over there. Got some puffs of smoke. Oh. Strong eyeball boys. That's okay. Oh, shit. They saw nothing. I guess I don't need to be wearing my goofy outfit anymore. There we go. Pants! Jesus Christ! The spirits scare the shit out of me every time. Fuck me. I feel like that other thing, like, slows you down. Like that other outfit. Shock fruit. I feel like we're coming at this from the most unconventional way possible. Hello? I'm gonna trade an eyeball for an eyeball here. The hell was this guy carrying? What is this? What? I don't understand. Yeah, whatever. I don't know. I see some moblins doing some bokoblin things. I feel like I'm doing this completely unhinged. This is really bad. Where in the world did it go? What's the matter? The terminal for the— That's what that was? Oh my god. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I was wondering what the hell this was. Alright. Oh, hey. I need that mushroom. That's funny. I like that. Ah, the terminal! Master, you got the terminal back. Oh, mister, sorry. Freudian slip, yes. Oh my god, you were so welcome. Please fix it, thank you. What? Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. Oh, god. Thump. Yeah, whatever, it works. Tighten this and done. Cool, thanks. Thank you. Okay, bye. Excuse me while I activate this. Let's go! I'm the best! The guy's still standing there. Up we go! Rocket to the moon! A giant evil cube. This shit's still cool. I don't care what anyone says. Wow, it gave us a huge region. That gave us a lot bigger of a region than I was expecting. That's cool. Cool. Alright, so we can't go for the cube, but there is a little thing with a star right beside it that we can hit. So we're going straight to our right, I guess. Or, yeah, straight to the right. I do know I found that one area that had the writing on it, but I got there too early. Ouch. Oh, I don't like that. Alright, let's go, bitch! Fight me! supposed to climb on him when he does that? Pretty sure I'm not really supposed to climb on this guy, but I mean I can. Don't like that. Okay, so where did his head go? Now, what if I do this on his head? No, I didn't do it fast enough. He's stuck upside down. I need a better bow here. This is well. Fast enough. Let's hit him like a truck. Nice shot, Goblin. Ouch! Stop! What are you doing? Think, you fool! Alright, one more. Where'd it go? Yeah, I learned this the hard way. Yeah! Boom! Boom, bitches! Alright, so this time I'm not gonna put that thing on a fucking shield like I did last time. I'll put it on, this longsword. There. Oh. Better? Our greatest threat, I mean asset. Listen. Alright. Old map? What the fuck? What? Okay. Alright. Sure. I don't know why all these fans are around here. I don't know what they were supposed to do for me for that fight, but okay. Alright, yeah, don't be mad at me. I didn't put it on a shield this time. Oh, I got a hover car? Shoot. Let's go. Alright, where are we going? Where do we want to go? We got a hover car. Well, we can't get that high, I don't think. Can we get over there? No, we didn't make it. That's okay, we can try again. Where'd my hover car go that I just had? I don't have a hover car! Alright, well, we can build it ourselves, I guess. Get more battery? Yeah, I need more battery. You ain't wrong. I haven't been to a guy yet. I haven't found a dude to give me more battery yet. I don't think. Oh, I understand. I see. Very well. Yeah, I know that's where one of them is. Is that the only one? 'Cause I just haven't found another one, and I hadn't really been looking terribly hard because I was just like, oh, I'm sure I'll run into another one eventually. It's the only one you guys have found? Okay. Well, that's cool. Okay, we're going straight that way, so I'm just gonna... Alright. Why are we spinning? Why are we spinning? We're going in a direction, but I have not sent us in any direction. We're just spinning this direction. Can I drive us a little bit here? Can I, like, this is very awkward. Yeah. Alright, good enough. Cool. I don't know why we're here. We've got... Oh. We've got this big orb that looks like doom. We got a pool of water. It doesn't have anything in it. We've got a thing to climb. There are not a ton of the blacksmiths. I mean, I found the blacksmiths, but I haven't found, like, make my battery charge bigger. Like, I got a ton of crystals, but not the... I haven't exchanged them yet. We can just go back to that one. Like I said, we're here to... We finished the boss, so we're here to explore right now. The battery dude is the blacksmith. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant, like, the guys that are around all the... No, that's not up here either. Okay. Well... I mean, this whole area looks cool as shit. But I don't have the things to glide there. What do we got? We can make ourselves a little thing, right? We can do that. What do we need? We need fans. We need 2 fans. And we need this, and we probably need 2 battery packs. Cool. Alright. No. Well, you know what? Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Building. You know what? Sure, just be on top. That's fine. It's fine. It's as long as it's balanced. It doesn't really. Oh my god. As long as it's balanced, it doesn't need to look good. Let's go. We're not going anywhere. Why are we going anywhere? What the fuck? Oh. That's okay. Fine, we'll do it this way. Everything's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We're good. Bye. Nice. Nice. We're doing great. What the fuck? So what's with the Death Star? Hello, birds. You're very pretty. Do you know what's with the Death Star? Hey, a dragon! Who are you? Oh, he's got a shiny on his... What the fuck? He's got a shiny on his head. What is that sound? Oh, it's this. Okay. Oh, that's fine. We're gonna do this first. I never remember what goes in here. What goes in here? This stuff. These things, right? What are you gonna give me? The electric balls. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's the nails. Oh, the steak. Yeah, okay, I've dealt with those before. Homing cart? Automatically heads towards monsters. Oh, so I could get like, oh my god, so I could have a cart, I could have put a cannon on it, and put a buddy on it, so like I can make a buddy and then like fucking give him a cart and a cannon and he's just gonna run at dudes for me? Yo, that sounds like so much fun. Okay, we're gonna have to try that. Alright, cool. Nice. Alright, well, before we go... I mean, we're gonna go over here, but... Alright, we gotta go over there, but I want to see what's over here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stuff. Favorite. Nice. Alright. Now that's clearly a spot for a... Thank you. Poor little guys. So this is clearly a shrine spot, right? There we go. Alright, so we're gonna do the shrine and then we're gonna shoot ourselves. Strap a bomb to it. Oh yeah, you could strap a bomb to it. Seek the crystal connected to the beam and offer... Okay. Alright. Where... Launch me! Into the Death Star. Aha! I have arrived. What is this fucking chaos? What? Okay, so here's the stone that I need. I can... Can I rotate the... Weird! Okay, I think I know what I'm supposed to do here. You're not... I need you plugged in. In! There we go. Okay. Then I can... no. Grabby hand and put you in here. And then I can grab this and rotate it. Because I think I need it to go and face... Oh, crazy. Alright. Here we go! And then I need to knock myself out, I guess. So I gotta climb up here. Get. Come on. Oh, fucking damn it. Ugh. Get up. Stop. Why are you crouching? Why are you crouching? Stop crouching. There we go. Let's go. Woo! So where am I? Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I lost it. Not good enough. Apparently, I didn't do it good enough. Ouch. I understand. I shot it the right direction and everything. What do you want from me? How am I supposed to do any better than that? Come on. Was my angle not perfect? Oh, that was totally perfect! Look at that! How come it didn't go through before? Is it because I didn't follow it out and went after instead? Lame. Lame! Lame. Boo. Boo this man. Unplayable. Garbage. Yeah, I probably despawned. Would it pull a Gurgi? What the hell? Yeah, grant you light that banishes evil. Oh, good call. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but the whole back of my neck there just pop, pop, pop. Lovely rock hole. Wonderful. Yes. Yes, it is. Fighting a horseback weapons with reach. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Give me stuff. Raru's blessing. What are you giving me? Ooh. Restore stamina and temporarily extends your stamina wheel. The additional stamina will disappear as it's used. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Nice. Thanks, Goat Mom. Goat Grandpa. Perfect timing. He's not your real mom. Okay, so that's something that I noticed so far in the story, right? Is that we haven't seen Link. We've seen Zelda, who went into the past, right? But we have not seen a past Link. So that looks like why does that look like the fucking... Huh. We haven't seen Zelda. So, oh, sorry, we haven't seen Link. So does the past that's happening with Rauru and the story with Rauru, is that looks like a fairy flower. Is the past that happened with Rauru so far, is that actually a... Is that a different one? Yeah, that's the one we saw at the very beginning. It's got something on its head too. It's got pretty like little thingies going on. You're pretty. Where's the other one? Does the other one come out during the day and that one comes out during the night or something? That's kind of cool. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna get that high. That's why I'm not trying to chase it right now. Am I below this? Oh, fuck! How am I supposed to get to that? Shit. Ass! Alright, well. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's where I just fought, right? Yeah. That is kind of far away, but we're gonna go for it. I think we can make it in time. It's 2 a.m. I think we can make it to that falling star. I'll just steal the drugs off of the Gorons. I should be able to get one more out of 2 in here. Oh, maybe not. Nope. We're okay. We're good. No, I was not. We just haven't gotten one yet. So I figured we'd grab one. Am I supposed to be waiting for a star to fall? Yeah, star fragment. Theory is that it has the power to light up its environment. Crab. Yeah, razor claw crab. So you're just like a regular Lizalfo? Because I don't like you. Or your face. Go away. Crickets. Oh, do they look like the Animal Crossing ones? I'm trying to get the crickets, leave me alone. And... okay. I can now deal with you. Nope. Hey, how come you didn't die right away? You're not a fire one? You look like a fireless Alpho. You lie to me? Huh? You lie to me? Talk. Why don't you talk? Bastard. Ooh. Oh, not you. Nice shot. I'm assuming Tulin's the one who took that shot. Knocked that dude down. Oh, it was a black Lizalfo. Okay. Well, I guess that's fair. Oh, I don't like you. I don't like that you got armor. I think your armor needs to get off your body, you nasty piece of shit. Fuck you. Don't yell at me. I do not accept. Why does that look like a pirate ship? That's cool as fuck. Anything up here? What are you? You're kind of cool. Huh. Yo, we go after the One Piece. The rocket. Oh, Tulin hit that guy and the Black Alpha fell from him. I see what happened before. I understand the situation now. I'm just running into the center to go to that shrine. Tulin, you're the best. Tulin, actual god. What? Nonsense! This man hit me with his thick stick. Your heart fiddly BD being a moblin is alright with me. Yeah, kinda. Did I just like run past something that I didn't grab there? No, okay. But I was reading chat and I thought I missed something. Big thick stick. I'll let Tulin take care of that guy. Tulin's got a good shot. Go for it, Tulin. Get him. You gonna do it? Tulin, you gonna take the shot? No? You're not gonna take the shot? Alright. I mostly just want that. I don't really care about it. I'm not gonna fight you in the water, dude. That'd be dumb as shit. Oh, fuck you. I don't even care. I don't care for your shenanigans, sir. Oh. Alright. Yo-ho! Off we go! We do love Tulin, it's true. Oh my god, another one? Yeesh, man, come on! This is a mini gauntlet of assholes. Okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. Sure. We got a fish house. Oh man. Hello? Excuse you? I hit that fucking... Wow, what a shot. Get it, Tulin. Get him. Tulin, hit the fucking guy. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Wow! mean, I guess we can kind of just take the shortcut here, right? We have arrived! I cannot be expected. I cannot be expected. I can barely pronounce English words. We've learned this. So I just want to say thanks for everybody for joining me today on Gaming Sundays. I've been here for 3 hours. Don't forget to drop a follow. Use your Prime subscription. Whatever. Turbine power. Okay. Alright. See fans. Okay. Alright. Get some stairs. Okay, so we need something to connect this to this. Okay, yeah. Alright, we got a panel. That'll work. Electricity. I see. Okay, well, we don't want to try to attach that while it's moving, so we will attach the fan. Okay. There we go. There we go. I am an engineer. Okay. Is there anything else in this room that I'm supposed to be getting? No. Okay. Up we go. Lovely. I'm gonna ask you to please stop. Thank you. I don't know what I need for this. So we're gonna throw these down there. All of them. Down you go. We're also going to go grab this one. Ooh, damn. Ooh, we found all the good shit. Alright. Alright, where are the things that I flew? Okay. So I can only assume... Whoops. No, that was not what I wanted to do. Am I supposed to put this here? I'm supposed to go like in here? No. Is it supposed to go here? Yes. I need you to stop for a second. What am I doing? I'm not entirely sure what I'm attempting to do anymore at this point. Can I attach you to this? You get attached? No. Can I attach you to this instead of the fan? If I change the fan to fire, does that mean something? Oh. What if I put a bunch of fire on the fan? How do we feel about that, Apples? That sounds like fun. I bet it's actually supposed to... I wonder if I can light all of these by shooting it, like, this way on the fan. Like this. Right? Like, I've got a brain. Right? I think? I don't know. I'm guessing. I have no idea. We're gonna find out. Stay on the thing, because I didn't mean to take you off. There we go. Alright. Let's go! Ah! tried! I'm a god! Yes! First try. I have 2 brain cells, it's fine. First try, every try. You know, rhyming try with try, that's what you're supposed to do, right? That's how that works. Hell yes. Let's fucking go. How many are we at now? Look, I didn't run away this time. Congratulations, everybody. It's midnight. Welcome to Monday. Seven. Cool. We only need 2 more. Thanks, Grandpa. Yeah, so it seems like it's by the Zelda timeline that the time that Zelda has teleported back to or whatever is pre-Skyward Sword. I mean, I would have to be, right? Alright, well, I'm not running around this thing again. I really don't care to do so. So I'm just gonna teleport us back to here. Huh. Is there a rock that fell? I do want to do the pirate. Let's go to the pirate ship. We go into the pirate ship. I'm so slow. Go to the hole? Okay, we'll go to the hole. Fine, we'll go to the hole. Hole's that way. We're just gonna go to here. This will be the easiest way to do there. Into the gloom! Oh, we did get that. We did get that treasure map. So we will use our... Alright, I want to see if the dragon changed. Or if the dragon's out. Yeah, there's the dragon. Yeah, look, it's the dark dragon again. Like the black one. So there's a black one and a white one, and it looks like they rotate by day and night. That's pretty cool. Where am I going? Where's the fuck off hole? Right there. Hold on. That's pretty close. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, it's that time of year for me. I got allergies. The special hole? Oh. Where was the special hole? This one? There's a hole over here. This one. The Skull Lake hole? Well, let's just travel with that then. Alright, let's go! Let's fucking go! Yeah, oh look, consider making a trip into town. Once you stock up, you can travel back to the temple. Cool. Alright. This way. I don't think any of my stuff is lightning grabbing. not working. To the hole! Oh, rude. What? Why am I looking like this? R to dive. Ooh, this one's gross. Whoa! Oh, fuck me. Why would you tell me to go down here? I'm about to get murder-spagurdered. Oh my god, I'm gonna hit the ground and they're gonna fucking murk me. What the fuck? You bastards! Okay, well. Ouch! Okay, hold on. Time out. Everybody stop for a second. Hold on. I need to do something. Fuck off! Why is my stuff gone? There we go. Where's my fucking... Did my thing just break? Like, what the fuck? Oh, my thing is over here. Did I throw it? I must have thrown it. Okay, well... Jesus. Stop. Alright, we need to get a little bit of light down here, because I can't see dick shit. Can I sneak up on this one? Will I, like... Hello? Can I sneak attack you? Oh. Sir? I feel like I've been not only betrayed. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I mean, I guess I can get a good picture of him for the compendium. Yes. Sir? Sir? Do I have to wait until nighttime? It's 7:55. Excuse you? Hello? You said a dazzle fruit? That did not work. I'm certainly knocking him over, but it doesn't... Oh, bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't look like it works on this side, but it is doing damage, so I'll take it. And you don't have to hit him right in the center. Oh, I think I blew myself up. I feel like that shouldn't have blown me up. I don't think that was like that close. I think I got cheated. I feel like I got cheated. Alright. Okay, well, this is before they're all fucking out, so let's go. Damn! What the fuck? I just blasted all of them in one fucking go. Wow. Holy shit. Oh, he doesn't get up until, like, everybody's dead, and that one guy just didn't activate. Okay. So I guess I do bomb, then knock him over, then bomb. Move away. And bomb. He turns around. Oh, there we go. It takes too long to swing. Knock him on his ass. Blow him the fuck up. Knock him on his ass because he's way too close. Blow him the fuck up. Right at a bomb flowers. Then we're gonna switch weapons here because this one is not. This was too slow. What is this one? Reaper. Bullshit. Bullshit. You die. Nope. There we go. Why aren't you dead yet? Go down! Oh my god, he won't go down until you knock his eyeball out again. Get out! There. I guess I could've just waited. There we go. Bam boom, baby. Get bonked. First try! Cool. What's this? Oh, a goblin arm. What do we get? Bigoron sword! Holy shit! Yeah, I mean, yeah, we take that. Nice. Bigoron is fucking canonical to this game. That's hilarious. I honestly did not think Bigoron was going to be canonical to this game. Yeah, Bigoron being canonical is kind of crazy. Okay, I think we're out. There's just bones of giant creatures everywhere in this boat. Oh my god, can I climb this? Can we climb up here? I mean, of course we can. The statue outside of Goron City is a 1-to-1 scale. Yo, so okay, so the big statue that we looked at, and I was like, oh cool, look at that shit. That was actually like a statue of Bigoron. Cause that would be pretty fucking rad. I didn't think Bigoron had a beard. I thought that. Then again, I don't really remember very well. Don't take my word for it. Is this just gonna be the roof? Yeah, that's just. Thank you for bomb flowers. Big preach, I needed those. Nice. Oh. Well. Okay. Boom! You can only get the Bigoron sword in the Game Boy Advance games if you pick one and Link. Oh, and Link Seasons, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta make our way through theirs. At least we don't have to use up our weaponry to get through this anymore, although it does take quite the... We gotta be a little patient, which is kind of... But I guess that's fair. It'd be kind of garbage if we could just spam this. What if we put our hat on? What if we make him more powerful? Does he recharge faster? I don't know what he actually does. Like, what do you do? Come back! Like, I actually have no idea what that does for him. Okay. Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. One big old broody boy. Nice. Yes! Using bombs and big weapons. I mean, at least they spawn weapons out of the rocks, like claymores to make into hammers, at the very least. But that is pretty rough. Oh, it makes a sword strike stronger. I mean, that's something. It's better than nothing. Nice. So I just straight up threw my Bright Blossom seed all the way down there. What else do we see here? What's this? Where am I going? I don't see a Poe thing. That's a... That... What the fuck? I don't see a Poe statue yet. Thanks. I'm good at games. I know how to play the video games. Can you let me listen? Yeah, you are. Oh, hello. You guys are super good. Cool. Alright, that's a whole bunch of fuck. That guy looks like he's got a claymore. I don't think I'm terribly interested in. Sir, what do you have, Mr. Ghost Man? Oh, wait, that's a spear. Ooh. Ooh. Maybe I do want that. We could drop that and take this instead. Thanks. Shoop it up, bop bop, shoop it up, bop bop, bop bop, bada boo. Oh shit, sir! Excuse you, I do not. Ooh. I do not think I recall asking for your fucking opinion. Jeez, so rude. South? People would have lost their mind if they released this game in 2 versions. Yeah, that would have been kind of fucking insane, to be honest. I think that would have been pretty... I think that would have been no bueno, if I were being honest. Like, that would be kind of yikes. I do not think that would have been the greatest decision. Like, what would they split up, right? Like... I see another bright bloom over there. I mean, they could have split, like, if they wanted to, right? Like, if they really wanted to, they could have split up, like, the gloom and the... Ah! Yes, I forgot about this area that I could not traverse before. And now I can, because you can't light me on fire. You wanna see my map? Yeah, sure. A game built around Zelda? I mean, Zelda's cool, so I don't see why not. Akala House of Bones! The Bones! South-southeast. Well, that's north. South is this way. East is this way. I can't see shit. Yeah. Stop that. Yeah, well, I guess I'll grab that so I can see. That seems kind of far away, though. That looks like a lot of lava. It is a lot of lava. No! That sounds Ah! Evil trees! Ah, I hate the evil trees. Fuck you, evil tree! Oh, shit. Garbage. Garbage poo-poo nonsense. Ooh. A fun set. Fucking evil trees. Fuck the evil trees. Fuck them and their bullshit. Alright, this is north. I'm going the wrong way. I got turned around. This way. Mom! I'm so glad I one-shot these things. These are pain in the ass. Bombs. Bombs. Bottlewood. Evil tree. Oh, rock. Hose. This is like a grove of evil fuck off. This is the Lost Woods, but a different kind of fuck. Oh my god. Go away! Nobody asked you. Oh my god, I can. How am I not close enough to this thing? God damn it. I was doing so well. Are we done? Are we done with the evil trees now? Did we do it? God. The southeast is north, east, that way. This kind of looks like a wall of fuck off. I can barely see. I lost track of where that... Oh, I need to go over there. You definitely need to go over there. Okay. Do we have a bright bloom? Do we have fucking anything here? God damn it. I get lost in the gloom again.
Yeah.
Okay. You alright? That's something. If I find the what? The who? The where? Oh, hey, a bunch of Poes. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, there's the thing. Okay. We go this way. We jammin'. We hope you like jammin' too. We jammin'. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-doo. Yeah. Make a balloon and do a Dorothy. Goodbye. So long. Goodbye now. Oh, there's a bunch of Poes right there. Nice. I got a ton of Poes. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Ugh. Your instructions are all over the place. Alright, we'll head east. Your face is all over the place. Yes, we can get the bargainer guy. We can do that. I'm just trying to, like, get some of the light roots down here because we went down in this area and we didn't get a very good number of them. So we're gonna try and do a little bit of this. Is that a Talus? Like, is that guy big? He looks kind of big. I haven't fought in a big fire Talus. I don't even remember fighting a big fire Talus in the, like, in Breath of the Wild. We're clearly gonna shoot our rock boy at him, right? Like, that's the plan. Come here, you. Get him! What? Were we not close enough? Little guys that are misunderstood are literally the devil. They're actually Fae. What the fuck? Oh wait, we can't use bombs here. Don't use bombs. Note to self, no bombs. Wait, this is the wrong equipment. I need something like this. Fuck you! Oh, he explodes when he does that. Okay, well, noted. Hello? Oh, I don't have a bow equipped. My bow broke. Well, fine. jump over, but... Ouch! We're fine. Everything's fine. We're gonna wait for him to do this again. Everything's fine. Nobody panic. One more. Kill it! Oh my god, he's got a 1 HP. Fuck me. Alright. Didn't I have a thing that, like, healed gloom? Oh. When used in cooking. Run! You! Do something! You do nothing. Alright, we're fine now. Go! Fire! Keep firing, assholes! Let's go! Down to the wire! Bonk! Let's go! Hell yeah! Whoa! Look at that thing! He's got a big old heart. He's huge! I think we have a shield we can put that on. I mean, I don't think we want to put him on the Zonai thing, right? Oh, we don't have a shield for this guy. What if we destroy fuse materials on that one? And destroy fuse materials on that one. And destroy fuse materials on that one. We equip this one. Then we fuse that. That'll be a good one, yeah. Alright, there we go. We should probably go back to the light route real quick and heal ourselves. Oh man, why are these assholes here now? Oh my god. They eat the bright bloom seeds, right? Here. We're just gonna go around them. No, you didn't say anything. You saw nothing. Everything is fine. Fuck them up. I don't know if that worked or how well it worked, but we gotta get back, boy! Fuck you. Alright, there we go. That was a little bit spicy, not gonna lie. Little bit of risky business. Oh, that's not enough HP. What the hell was I thinking? I guess I kind of ate most of my other stuff, didn't I? Yeah, I had half a heart, man. Come on. I can't heal. I can't heal through the gloom. Come on. This is the best way to kill these guys from now on. We're fine. Everything's fine. No panic. Oh, you're not supposed to put these on the shields? What am I supposed to do with them? I was told to put this shit on the shields. What am I supposed to do with it? Am I supposed to put it on? What the fuck am I supposed to do with it? Weapons? Oh. Okay. I don't really want to fight those guys. I don't really care for their, nonsense. Make some lion food. Yeah, I'll have to do that next time. That's fine. It's fine. Where am I going? Am I going the right way? I don't know. There's another bright bloom over there. We should go to that. Probably. Now that we got all the pose from over here. place is cool looking. Alright, Mr. Debbie Downer. Everything's fine. We're going to that bright bloom seed. We can see where the hell we're going. Oh. Hate your face. Go away. Oh my god, there's another one. I need to do some equip work. Die! Nice. Complete. What do you got? I don't care about that one. I didn't charge that. Why, you piece of shit? Jesus Christ. That man did not want to go to— okay, we gotta equip some shit now. Alright, we need to put something on the Bigoron sword. What do we want to put on the Bigoron sword? Making this into— use breathing. That'll be good. We can make one into one of these or one of these. Nice. Well, I can't do the heart now. I don't have that. That's not helpful at all, you sassy little bitch. Alright, now we got a bunch of good spears. There we go. Don't light me on fire, you little bastard. You. I mean, I feel like I'm doing things like way all over the place at the moment anyway. Fighting the Talus was fun. I don't know if I have enough pose for the next thing. Oh my god, fuck that. Fuck everything about that shit. Me or you. not run in the lava. That was actually a little bit easier than I thought it was gonna be. Granted, I did light myself on fire. Hey, come here. Come here! Bang! He's dead. Good shit! Cool. We're going that way. Man, this is gonna take us a while. Oh, there's some more pose up there. They have ouch. They have advantage in caves and open areas. They're easy. Oh! So pulling them out like that was big-brained, is what you're telling me. Oh! That's actually really cool. I didn't consider that they would have like an area advantage. That's cool! Like a layer advantage, essentially. Very neato burrito. Alright, where's the bloom? Oh, there it is. Well, yeah, I know that they can walk on ceilings and stuff, but I mean, just mean like the damage output was, I thought those guys were gonna be like just healthier, I guess. Higher defenses, more HP. Just the fact that I have not seen another Lionel concerns me. I find this very concerning. I can't even wear my light hat. Fucking boo. Ugh. I keep being told that there's lots of Lionels, and I just don't find them. I only ran away from one, and that was right near the beginning of the game. I'm totally down to hunt a Lionel. I'm down to clown. I want to get the, it's just a big map. That's fair. Scare you when they least expect it. They're all over the place. Man, you guys! I have seen one Lionel and I've been playing this game for days. Oh, there we go. I feel much better now that I can actually see where the fuck I'm going. Yeah, I don't have any gloom. We're fine. Alright. So this is north. And if we want to go to the statue, we need to go to the east, I think? We're gonna grab these pose on our way by. And grab some eyeballs on the way back. Oh, maybe not. Bye, eyeballs. Oh. That's a shame. I'm wondering if the ice key's eyes are gonna hit the oh, this is west. We need to go this way. I'm wondering if the ice key's eyes will hit like the fire gleeok like a fucking truck. Southeast of Hyrule Field. Alright, alright. Like, I only saw that one fuck-off moose. The last thing I want to do today, for sure, is I want to go to, where am I going? Am I going the right way? Where's my, where's that? Oh, it's way over there. Ooh. So there's the skull, there's to the south. Do I need to go this way or this way? Which way am I going? I think it's this way. I gotta head to the X. Yee! No, fuck that. I'm not gonna read coordinates. Who do you think you're talking to? Hell no. I wonder. Fly! Yeah! Alright. Oh shit. Abandoned ship! Yeah, I do not have enough battery power. Fuse a cart to the bottom? What? Yeah, I didn't grab a battery. You're right. You're right. You're right! That definitely burned a lot more of my battery than I expected. Oh, there's another one up there. Okay, cool. I think we're heading the right direction now. Oh, I also need to go back to the Gorons and fulfill that quest. I am not going back to Rock Grove. Fuck that place. That place is terrible. I hate that place. That place was gross. Yeah. Fuck. Fucking boom! That's just fun. Wonderful. What we got going on here? a plane, a battery. Is that a balloon? No, no actual balloon. We got batteries and rockets though. We gotta get up there. So I guess we want to build a plane with batteries and I feel like we don't want to do that. Do we got fans? Yeah, we got fans. Okay. Alright, let's go. Can I not fast build it by using the stuff that's here? End plane. 9. So I only had to spend 3? That's cool. That works. And we got a battery. And another battery. Batteries. And this thing. Cool. Alright. And we are going... Where are we going? We're going this way. It spun me around! Fuck! Oh my god. Ugh. Actually, you know what? Go up! Why is this rock in my way? I'm so mad. I don't go up fast enough. Spin around. There. God. An uppy rocket? I don't know how to add an uppy rocket. Like on the bottom? I feel like if I put it on the... Okay. Alright! Alright! This is... I'll trust you. This could not possibly go wrong. This cannot in the middle. Ugh. What if I go here? Does that count as the middle? All right. We're going. I feel like we're not going very fast. Well, that did not quite go as planned. We got pretty high though. That was good. Found some large Poes. That's cool. Found something else. That's cool. That's nice. Well. This has become awkward. Yeah. Revali's Gale, who? Oh, do you like do the jump, like you jump and then jump on the shield and it rockets you upwards? Cause that's pretty cool. You can't ascend this, it's too much of an angle. You have to climb it. I have no idea. I'm just doing my best, okay? I have no clue. I got nothing for you. I have a potato brain. All I know is at the top of this, there's a bloom. I should be able to stop here. Yeah. This is why we get 2 stamina wheels, people. 2 stamina wheels for everything. Yikes. I wish I could put my light hat on. That would be handy dandy. I love the climbing gear. Climbing gear was my favorite. I'm probably gonna have to eat a stamina thing for this. Whew. Oh, that's a cool idea. There was a singular fan one on the place we just left. Oh, there it is. Jesus. Hidey, 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 hi. Hidey, 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 ho. Hidey, 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 hi. Loady, 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 lo. A push broom? I haven't seen that yet. How am I supposed to get to this bright bloom? Because I feel like I'm taking the long way around. Can I get to, like, on top of this? Is this the ceiling? I don't know. God damn it. This is terrible. How am I supposed to do this? There's glue everywhere. Ugh. How the hell am I supposed to get to that? Besides, I guess, flying. Which is not an option, apparently. If I could be on the top of this, then we might be in okay shape. But I don't know if that's something I can do. This is absolute nonsense. I refuse. I reject this reality. On principle alone. Yeah, I know, Link, this is a really hard climb. We're making it. We're doing good. Don't panic, Link, it's okay. Alright, cool. We got around the outside of it. Where'd it go? Is that it way over there? What the fuck? What are we doing? I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? It did not seem this far away. Like, my god. This is terrible. Okay, is this a place I can... No! You fuck! I can't even go back into the wall. Shit. It wouldn't let me grab on again. The bright bloom's over there. I call nonsense. This should be traversable. There's no reason why it shouldn't be. I'm not doing it right. There's something wrong. There's something I am not doing correctly. And it's probably related to my, No, it's not an ascend point. It's that that is too far out, and that is up in that direction, not the other direction. Don't you even with me right now. A balloon would do it, yeah. I don't know why I would need a glider, but just a balloon that I can control the direction of would be fine. But it doesn't give me a balloon, which is very sad, but that's okay, because I think I have one. Balloon, balloon, balloon. Okay. The only thing is I'm not really sure how to drive the balloons. Like, can I put it on the edge? I mean, I've got plates to make it, I guess, bigger. But I don't really want to make it bigger. If I do that, right, then I have a place to stand. And then I just need a fire thing, right? I have one flame emitter. God damn, what are the odds? And I don't have any batteries anymore. All my batteries are gone. So, that sucks. Do I have any batteries in here? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna do two. Do I need a fan on this to give it the right, to give it forward thrust? I'm not sure. I'm gonna put a fan here. Alright. Okay. Stop that. No. Stop. Grab it. Stop it. My goodness. Alright. The direction we're going is this way, right? We're going right up there. Can't fucking see. There we go. Okay, no, this is good, this is good, this is good. Perfect. Okay. Alright. Much better. So yeah, we lack battery power, but that is okay. Where did it go? That's my problem now. Can't see shit. Okay. Better. Where did it go? Why can't I see it anymore? Okay, perfect. We found another place with rockets. I really wish it would give me balloons. I don't know why it doesn't give me fucking balloons. All right, where? There it is. Hey, okay, we found it. Whew, all right. And we build another one, boys. The bulbs pull light from the surface, so you have a shrine on the surface above? No, I don't think that's how it works. Maybe that's how it works, I don't know. No, I don't have another flame emitter. I do have a rocket, though. I do got that, though. We going up. We going up. We're gonna go up and forward. Yeah, I know the rockets can only go fixed height. That's okay. That's why I got 2 of them. I'm gonna put these in the basket. Alright. We are going... Where are we going? Where'd the balloon go? Where is it? Over there. Okay, we just need to make sure we're facing the right way. That way. Alright. Let's fucking go. We are going to make it. I will not give this up. Ouch. Ow, what the fuck? Oh, fuck. Why you here? Go away! You trash! Well, alright. We're almost there. I am not giving up. We will make it. Listen, all we needed was up. We needed ups! We need big ups, boy. There is so much fucking gloom here. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh my god, stop. Please. There's the lava. Alright, we're, oh my god. I think we can make it straight across here and we should be okay. If we just go straight. As long as we stay straight. Yes. Nice. Alright. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Get off the gloom, you piece of shit. Okay, there we go. Alright. So we've got one right there. And we've got one... Where is it? Right there. Now we just gotta find our way up. Ugh. Alright. We Gucci. We Gucci, we Gucci. Oh, hell yeah. We're gonna make it, guys. We're gonna make it. Yeah, everything is really hard to see in this area. I'm not gonna lie. This is terrible. The vision is terrible. And again, the fact that I have not run into a Lionel is disturbing to me. I also lost audio in one ear. Hut. Hut. Fuck yes. We fucking did it. Oh my god. Whoo! Would I have eaten gloom if I had lived there by now? Probably not. I don't think I would eat gloom. I feel like there's enough dumb in the world that I don't need to add to it by doing things like that. Oh yeah, no, the roots do pull light from the surface. Yes, correct. Oh, interesting. That's cool. That's a cool thing. That's neato burrito. That's very Zelda in line. Alright. Why the fuck did I even come down here? I'm supposed to be finding some clothing. I haven't found the other statue at all. Where's the X? Oh my god, that's the opposite direction of what I'm it's this way? What the fuck? Okay, off we go. You're going east. Alright. Whew. This place is so difficult to navigate, and I like that there's, like, the gloom areas seem like they are not a necessity. Like, you do not have to come down here, really. You know what I mean? I mean, you do for, like, plot purposes, but you don't have to go down here. At least it doesn't feel like you have to. And so, it's kind of nice in that regard. Where's my gloom shirt? I don't have no gloom pants. I have dark trousers. This is still the wrong way. I'm supposed to be going over here. I need a pin. Can I put a pin here? I'm out of pins. Okay, well. No, wrong button. I need to get rid of this pin. Why am I out of pins? Do I have pins up here? I don't have pins up here. Why the hell am I out of pins? Whatever. Oops. Oh, you can't put those here. Interesting. Well, fine. 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 You can't stop me. I'm unbeatable. I have big brain power. I have the huge brain. Keys in the abyss. Not the abyss, no. Oh my god. Seriously. Alright, there we go. Where's the next bloom? I feel like there should be a bloom somewhere not too far away from me. It's okay. We're going this way. We are beelining for that X. There's a bloom over there. We're kind of going that direction, so... No, wait, that's not a bloom. What is that? Oh, no, it is. Okay. Yeah, we Gucci. We're going that way. Get on your thing. You bitch! Bitch. Oh, sure. Ah! We're okay. Everything's fine. We're fine. We're fine. We can just climb up this. Up here. Stop, poor Link. Cut it out. Alright. We made it to a mine. Whatever that means. Throw! Nice! Look at that! We did it. Oh, whew. Whoa. Is that some Yiga clan shit? Are we gonna fight Koga? Hell yeah. I love Koga. Is this... Are we supposed to be able to talk to a guy here? Usually you can talk to a guy in these areas. I'm getting myself confused. We're going for the bright bloom first, because I'm getting lost. Nice. Spawn flowers. We take those. Oy, 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 oy. Listen, dude, you gotta let me do some of the exploring by myself. Kala Highlands. There we go. I can charge this for a little while. This one always, the left one always dies before the right one. I don't know why. Yeah, that looks like some Yiga shit going on over there. Am I still not at the X? Oh my god. Alright, we're getting there. So, that's some Yiga shit. But we will come back to the Yiga shit, because we're going this way. We are going right over there. X marks the spot. We follow our treasure map. Fuck! Yeah. What are you? Yeah, that's right, you go that way. You don't see nothing. Can I ascend through this? On the low side? Maybe. He doesn't see, he doesn't know, he doesn't know, he doesn't know. He has no idea. Yeah, there we go. I found a Frox. I've seen a few of those. I haven't fought any before. Those guys are big and goobery, and I have no idea how to deal with them yet. Alright. Oh, look at this, man. Maybe I should take a picture of him for my compendium. Say cheese! Oh my god. No! That's not what I was trying to do. You can fuck right off. You are not attacking me from here. Come on. Give me a break. Cut me some slack. Okay, there's 2 more bright blooms, but we're going this way, so we're gonna ignore that. I feel like we just fly over these guys and not really care. That is, no, that's not. That is. We are going this way. Into the darkness! Nope. We don't want to no? Nope, I gotta stop doing it. Oh, what the fuck? That guy actually hit me. Oh, he was really close. Leave me alone. Go away. Come on, give me an ascent. No, no ascent here. Too bad, so sad for me. How am I supposed to get up and around this? Like, I'm just going the completely wrong way now. Oh my god. Stop climbing, for fuck's sakes. We're just walking around. God damn. Okay, we gotta... How do we... What a pain in the ass. Oh, that guy's finally walking back. Let's see if we can go around this way. This is all just like a wall. What the fuck? This map sucks. I'm guessing if I hug the wall, I can't alert the frogs, but... My god. I am starting to get annoyed. Because this is kind of bullshit. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is literally the worst. It's just taking me in a giant circle. Okay. Alright, fine. It's just not letting me get to the X. Everything is blocked. This is getting frustrating. I'm gonna give up in a minute. We're gonna go get this bright bloom, and then it will give us like a proper thing, or like a proper way to get around this. Then I'm giving up. I'm just gonna teleport. Because I don't care anymore! And I have to switch my headphones. Because I can't hear shit. Where are my headphones, actually? Speak of the devil. Where did I leave my headphones last is the true question of the day. Holy shit, we're still not out the X. Are you serious? Is this game fucking with me right now? Let me look. Oh my god, like we literally walked all the way around this curve and then came straight over here. This is a little bit unreasonable. What the fuck is this? I can't believe that nonsense. Absolute garbage. Alright, I'm gonna take us on a quick break so that way I can go get my get my headphones and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I got my headphones on. I can hear things again. All right. So I would care less about having to climb if I could fucking see. Oh my god. This is unreasonable. Okay, maybe I can get to that one. I'm doing my best, alright? I feel like by the time I actually get the rest of the lantern stuff, it's gonna not mean anything, because I'll have everything. We're not following your guys' advice again. You guys suck. You guys bait me with clothes, and then this happens. Oh my god. Nope. Stop. No. Oh my god. Please stop, for the love of God. I'm getting so frustrated. I am so done. Ugh. Angie. I don't really care that much about my shield slots. That's why they don't have it. That's why I only got one initially. I mean, I guess it's nice to have. But, I mean, one extra one would be fine, but I don't use the shields as often as I used, like, this halberds. Alright, where is the bloom I'm chasing? Where did it go? There it is. I'm like just trying to get a better angle on this thing and it's absolute nonsense. I'm just gonna fly across and hope for the best. Is this a place I can stand or not? What the fuck? Where did it go? There's just a hole! Oh my god, this place is terrible. I hate everything. Why did I come down here? Oh yeah, because you guys wanted to drop me down a hole that was a bunch of stalls at the bottom. Ugh. I'm never listening to you guys again. I've been betrayed. Yeah, honest Red, you were right. We shouldn't have gone this way. We'll trust you next time. No, now you guys gotta lie about it. I see how it is. We could have just fast traveled out of there. It's not like we told you there was clothes down here that you could go get. Alright. My god, I'm skipping this. I don't want to watch it. I'm not in the mood. What the fuck? Okay, cool, thanks. What in the shit? I ended up more south, and it still doesn't give me this area? This is absolute clownage. Alright, we're done. We're done. Get me out. I'm done with this place. This is terrible. Wait, what is this pin? I don't remember that pin is. I'm deleting it. We're gonna go to there, so the fastest way is probably here. Yeah, it looks like so the thing is like, it looks like it's just an incredibly difficult area to navigate. Especially in that, like, I know where it is from the surface, because I marked it on the map, right? So, I understand where it is, but the problem that I'm having is there's, like, so much to climb, and it's impossible to see. So, until I can get maybe better batteries, to make it so that it's easier to, like, get up and over, it's not worth it. I feel like I should be able to fly over there, and I really just can't do shit. What the fuck is that? Yeah, that's what I mean. I have no battery. Oh my god! Yes, I do. I do need that. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? I think I see a lightning fuck off dragon. Uh-huh. Oh, God. I do not know if I have the stones to make that attempt right now. I am so frustrated from just being in the gloom. Ugh. There's still one thing I absolutely want to do today before we end the stream, though. We still got time. It's almost 2 a.m. where I live. Prone pathway. Okay. Alright. I mean, I know what being prone means, but, what does it mean in this context? Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Oh. Interesting. And then I can rotate it other direction. Oh, no. Alright, well, let's try it. Give this a shot! Oh. Am I supposed to be able to ascend through this? Yes. Okay, that's... Oh, okay, well let's just... I didn't notice that thing before, so let's just spin this around again so we can get that. Yeah, the music here is cool. Okay, so I'm guessing I can use arrows to turn this, right? And then I need to turn this so I can ascend through that big one, right? 1, 2... Yeah, the light hat's fun. Can I go through here? Hey! I understand geometry. Good job, everybody. I feel better after being stuck in the gloom, having had an easy time with this fucking shrine. Yippee skippy. I'm skipping this too, I'm not in the mood. Normally I just let them play, right? Cool, we're at 8. Chasms. Ugh. Oh yeah, that seems like a great idea. Let's fight the Gleeok, the lightning Gleeok, in a thunderstorm. That seems like the biggest brain thing I've ever heard of. Where is he? Where'd he go? Look at him! What's he looking at? He's so cute. Yeah, he needs the advantage against me. Alright, yeah, fuck that shit. Where are we going? We're going here. Okay. Oh, right, it's raining. Why am I bothering? I've been blessed! We found the stable! Ugh. We do not attack cuckoos.
Oh!
Hey partner, digging around in the rain. I hope you turned up a lead. You remind me. So, how is it? Tell me, you need something to work with? No, guy either. Not a chirp, not a warble. Even if I strain the old ear holes. No sir, no slightest peeps. So what do you lead secrets around here? Supposed to be the last person of prophecy. Oh yes, come to think of it, there's a heck of a cocoa around here that speaks prophecy. Oh.
Ah.
Okay. Alright. Sure. Does the frog suit let me climb? Does the frog suit let me fucking climb in the rain? That's lovely.
Hi.
Hi! Nice mushroom outfit.
Oh.
Terrytown! Hell yeah.
Oh.
On a remote island to the northeast, thou will find great fortune. Terrytown will have to wait. Alright.
Oh. Oh.
Thy name, what is thy name? Ah, I sensed you early. This is a talking cuckoo. Guys, we have found a talking cuckoo. What the fuck? I know all. I know all. Yeah, sure. Is he gonna ask me to bring him a shrubbery? Get on the top of the stable's head within the time limit. Walk, run, fly, whatever it takes. Ready yourself, cluck, cluck, cluck. It's raining! Oh, God. Ah! Why can't I fly? No, okay, I can't use my shit. Alright, no, we're fine. I can't ascend in here! I can't ascend in here! Fuck you! Come on, get yes! Ah! Where's my climbing shirt? There it is. Do I have sticky food? Do I have food that lets me be sticky? No, I don't. Come on. No, we're fine. Oh my god, no! This is unfair! I can't... Why? This counts. That counts! That's the top of his head. Yeah, I'll cook the lizards if that doesn't count. Oh my god, that doesn't count? Oh, fuck you, you stupid chicken. Bullshit! I'm in a place like this. Yeah, sure. Okay. There are 58 wells. Well. Okay. Hello. Sorry. Excuse me. I didn't. I guess I got 100 bucks. Ugh. Alright, we got some frogs, right? No, this guy's. Okay. Sticky lizards. And then we need, what else do you use with this? Anything else? Is it just the lizards? I don't know what else you're supposed to use. Whoa. A monster part? I'm not looking to make anything super strong. I just need it enough. Sticky elixir, 9 minutes, slip resistance. Okay, that'll do. Oh my god. This stupid fucking cucko. That totally counts, you dick. We will get to the top of that. We can and we will, because we are amazing. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, alright. Yeah. I can't use Tulin during this, so... Now I need to eat my elixir. Oh, I had one. How am I supposed to... What the fuck? Am I supposed to ascend through this? Like, what do you mean? No! You fucking garbage! This is nonsense. This cannot be... Okay, there we go. So you're gonna just ascend through the side of it. Jeez, man. You knew that was gonna happen. Alright, yeah, what is it? Yeah. Bring 3 logs here within the time limit. So not firewood, logs. Yeah, I have an axe, right? Done. 30 seconds. Let's go! How are normal people supposed to make that? I don't think they are. I can't believe you fell for this. A talking cucko ridiculous. Now that you're worn out, I'm right where you want you. Everyone get in, finish the job. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Yeah, Team Rocket's blasting off again! Hey! I can't believe you fell for it. Let you off easy, but don't get used to it. We won't hold back next time. Okay, see you later. Oh, I fucking love these guys. I wouldn't put it. Hi, I have their stuff to collect if you don't mind. So everyone running around the tree here. So what's the story, kid? It was the Yiga clan. Oh, I see. Suspicion that a cucko couldn't yap to save its life, but I didn't suspect. Listen, don't insult the cucko. Those chumps really know how to lure us in by mentioning Princess Zelda. I guess we walked right into that one. But I guess make a heck of a news story. Who'll know the truth, or who else will fall for these lies? Chase 3 stories related to Zelda. You know, rookie or hard investigations. I'm sure she appreciates your effort. Go to the nest egg, partner. Oh, cool, thanks. Ooh, an extra $20. This is a lot of work for like $70 when regular clothing costs thousands. So do I not get to like collect their gear? Yeah, there we go. Eightfold blade, nice. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. What is that? The fuck is that? Alright, well, okay. Where are we going? Oh, we're supposed to be here. Alright. Alright. Okay. Everything's fine. This is fine. We are going to do that shrine. We are going to get cream, and we are going to that dot that's blinking at us. That is the plan. Fuck that Korok. I don't care. I don't care about his stupid problems. He can just rest a little bit, and then he can move his ass. I can't believe they made me waste an elixir. Rude. I'm mostly just doing this shrine because I want the teleport spot. Koro problems aren't real problems. Fake problems. Fake problems. Fake news. Oh no! I regret everything! No! Why? Shut up. Ugh. Gotta get a stick. Good shit. What even is this? Ah, I have an idea then. Nah, get sandwiched. This is okay. We're gonna set this other one up for more success. Hey! What up, losers? Come here, fucko! Go. Go. Oh fuck, I didn't get far enough away. Ugh, okay, just the fact that I got boned on that game just completely just whiffing that shit, that was not my fault. That does not count. I call nonsense. I call tomfoolery. Yes, I understand. Yeah, I get it. Shut up. Alright. Alright, let's get my boys set up here. My children. Bro, are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Fuck. What clownage did I just witness? Here, we're gonna set you on the fast track for success. Go. You got stuck sideways. Go, my little doodle. So actually, well, that's happening. Whoa! Why are they all here? This game is fucking me. This is bullshit. How the fuck did that not hit me? Bye! Nope. 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 Oh, fuck you. Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Fuck you, fuck you. Oh no. Alright, let's go! Get his ass! I hit the wrong fucking button. Oh my god, the robot friends fucking suck, man! Ugh. Robot friends blow ass. I have a better idea. I hate these fucking challenges, man. Look around more? What do you mean look around more? For what? I've got 6 guys on my ass. What do you want from me? I can't look around that room. I got no fucking time. This is not true. That is a lie. I ran out of that room and there's 3 more guys waiting for me. With presumably bows. I do see spikies though. Go. Alright. Thick stick. Don't really want. What? Did I not drop that on the ground? Oh my god. Go! Okay, so he doesn't see me. As long as he doesn't see me, it should be okay. There we go. So now are they coming to me? They shouldn't know where I am. That dude's useless now. This is empty. And they just ignore that guy and come straight for me. Cool, cool, cool. I can't do. What are you trying to tell me to do here? Like, it's not fucking, I don't have enough time. Uh-huh. Alright. I mean, they don't get drawn to the guys. They only get drawn to the guys if the guys are in the right spot. Nope. This guy also does dick shit for damage. I mean, yeah, but I don't have that. It's over in the corner, surrounded by dudes. So the best I can do is potentially... if I sit this guy on the correct track... Yeah, no, we go straight for that one. And then gets stuck on the edge. Oh, there he goes. So there's another guy right there. I can see him. I need to make sure they can't see me. He's got to take out that guy first. Go down! Oh my god. Die! What the fuck? Why does this guy have so much HP? There we go. Okay. Where does he go next? Okay, they're grouping together. He's going to that one. Okay, that should give me the opportunity to take this guy. can't sneak across. There's another one coming. No, as soon as I step in the room, they see me. The only thing I can think of is to run. It's like they see me immediately, and then they all stop and turn. Come on. Give it to me. I don't have another guy. Oops. Shit. Okay, well, I got something. Okay, that's something. Alright. Alright, so I can put like a flamethrower on this guy, I guess. And I can put whatever the fuck this is. On one side. And I can't reach my cannon anymore. I don't know what I would want this about. Does this, like, protect my guy, or does this let me, like, put more stuff on it? Oh, there was a way up. There's another guy over here. Okay. Okay, what if I do this? Is that facing the right way? No, this way. And where'd my cannon go? Wait, where'd my cannon go? I had a cannon. Oh, there it is. Stop. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you? Now try it. These guys are these little dudes are kind of not the brightest bulbs in the shed, I guess. Oh my god! Bro, please. What is happening? This is chaos! Oh my god. What are you doing? Oh my god, I'm gonna... Jesus Christ. Well, hi. Listen, sir, I don't want... Fuck me! This is like... absolute fucking like these guys suck. These things fucking blow ass. Like, I actually hate the Roombas. Like, okay, so they're not bad in concept, but if they can't go down a ramp, I feel like, and they just shoot straight into the air. I feel like maybe this is not a good location for them to fucking be in. You know what I mean? Like, in an open area, sure, but if they can't handle... Yeah, I remember there being another component to the helpers. Off you go, little dude. Oh my god, did he fucking see me? How? How the fuck did he see me? Just kill me. Just kill me. I don't care. Come on. No, I already know what the fix for that is. Like, I have it, I just don't have access to it in this shrine. I don't know what that means. I have to stay here now. To wait until something completes. Well, that one got knocked over, so it's useless now. Oh, you're saying I'm putting the tray too low? Should put it higher? This is really dumb. Oh, you mean like there's an update? I just kind of have to wait for this. They're just poking that one to death. It's stuck upside down. Like, they're ignoring the one that's hitting them in the ass. I don't think I can get around the other side. I can try. Are you fucking kidding me? No, okay, we're alright. No, I can't sneak around any walls. I can't sneak around the left side. I can't go anywhere. This one sees me immediately. I want to rebuild the robot again. This is fucking terrible. Like, I think this is the worst I've ever seen this game perform, actually. I don't have access to anything, so I don't even have access to my other, like, stuff to... Which, I mean, makes sense, but... So I think if I put this a little bit higher here, it should not get stuck. So that should help. We'll see what that does. Yeah, that looks like it works. So we'll keep going with that. Yeah, that was really bad. This area is really bad now for whatever reason. Like, this is I can't, like, I just got lucky that last time, essentially. And now it's alerting them, which it didn't do last time. Last time that one just took shit and fought, like... I have to wait until they knock that one down far enough down the ramp. Because the other one will get stuck. It's not even like, they don't even have, like, it's also unclear about what their radius is for noticing me. Like, I mean, it makes sense if the guy, like, the captains notice you easier, and that's fine, but there's not a clear radius of where they can see you, and as soon as I walk into that room, they notice me. That one over there. I mean, that'd be great if they weren't all grouped that way, and they keep grouping that way, and if they didn't pull attention to me as soon as I walked into the room. Yeah. You mean the piece of metal that's all the way over there? It's not even an area that I can ascend to. I have to make it all the way over there, up the ramp, up again, and then jump up and over. Like, that guy's looking for me, and I'm not... As soon as I take a step, see, he spins right around. Like, what am I watching? I might be able to get to the left and do what I did last time. But I have to, like, back up all the way up here. Like, they see me. Okay, we're okay now. Mecha orgy. Yes. Yeah. Oh, that guy's going back. Okay, I can't do anything if that guy goes back up there. Why is that fucker throwing rocks? What the hell? I moved to the other side, and as soon as I do, this guy goes all the way back over there, and then he's stuck in a loop of going back and forth. What the actual fuck? No, 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 no. Shit. Did it lose me? If it lost me, I think I'm okay. Okay, yeah, it lost me. They're back on the guys. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, there's no way they know where I am. They can't see me from here. That thing can see— oh, there's one over there. What the fuck is that one doing? I don't know why that thing spun towards me, but that's the best I can do. I think its flamethrower is facing the wrong way, but I feel like that doesn't really matter. What the fuck? It's the best I'm gonna get. There's no way they see me from over here. Shut up. Give me the piece. Come on. It almost feels like this area is backwards. Can't get it from here. This guy is doing nothing. Try again, little guy. Off you go. There he goes. Good job, little guy. I guess I just wait. Like, I feel like that's the option, is to just wait for them to figure it out. Because, like, if I go down there, it's... yeah, my laser guy has not quite figured it out. The two little dudes have been, like, slamming into people as best as they can the whole time. Holy shit, that was fucking stupid. Yeah, cool, thanks. Big preesh. Oh, this is the worst shrine I have ever done. That was so chaotic and made no sense. We Yeah, not a fan. That was absolutely ridiculous. God. Alright, well, we're done. We did it. And, like, this is one of the shrines that's almost necessary, because you need it for the... That's where the horse thing is. Stable. I'm skipping, I don't care. We're at 9. Well, it's not just the enemy AI, right? Like, that the little robots didn't know how to path at all. I mean, it's fine if they don't work like that, if they don't have, like, a head, right? But then an area that is that complicated for them to navigate, there needed to be, like, at least one head available in the area. Why? Okay, there we go. Alright, where were we going? We were going to this. We're going to get our horse. Cream! Cream, please. Oh my god. Someone competent. That's true, you don't need to be to get the fast travel point. That's true.
Yeah. Oh.
Cool, thanks.
Ah. Ah.
Oh my god, get this shit off. Yes, change equipment.
Ah.
Just give me the regular shit, thanks.
Ah. Ah. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh.
Northeast. Oh, the horse god!
Oh.
Here you go, Crane. Alright, we are headed that way. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just got unlucky and it was just wonky. It's fine. I'm not gonna let one bad shrine ruin my game experience. What is that? Is that like I can ascend all the way up to the top? Because I kind of want to go over there. We are not fighting that Gleok right now. Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Nothing's ever easy, is it? Oh, hello. Oh, God. Please die. Thank you. He broke my shield in, like, one hit. What a dick. Why is that guy on fire? Oh, there's people. There's other, like, fucking NPCs. They came in from the other side. That's hilarious. I didn't even talk to them.
Ah. Oh.
Hello. Once you showed up out of nowhere to help us clean up the mess of monsters. In fact, you done all the work. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for $100. I like these guys. They're hilarious. The Blood Moon. Yeah, no, I know. I'm aware. Hello. Okay, bye. See you later. No, that was funny. That was an amusing thing to just accidentally come across. What? Okay, whatever. Nice. What is this? A sign that points the direction. Fuck your fuck off hole. I don't care. Actually, I do want to see the. Ah. Okay. Don't go that way, you weenie. What are you doing? You know better than that, Cream. Come on, let's go. Oops. Oh, that was the thing. That was the thing we were going to. We did it! Good job, everybody! I want to go here. Okay, see you later, Green. I did not realize that that was the thing that we had marked off. I thought we had something else. We still need to talk to Robbie, but Robbie's at your house. So I want to see. I want to see the plateau. Before. Oh God. Oh Jesus. What a place to teleport to. Okay. Bye. Okay. Alright, hold on. There's the Great Sky Island, which is the tutorial area. The plateau should be like right here, shouldn't it? Eastern Abbey. Yeah, it should be over here. Because the plateau comes, like the plateau is this area and the Eastern Abbey is right by the plateau. Right? Or is it... Oh, no, this is the plateau. This is the whole plateau right here. Because the Eastern Abbey is on the plateau. So this is the Temple of Time. Alright. That's where we're going. Yeah, this is the plateau right here. So you can see the walls. There's the temple. Hell yeah! Let's fucking go! Yes! We did it. Nice! Oh, well. Eyeballs for collecting. Hello, eyeballs! I'm gonna need your help later, thank you. Nice. Well, I don't like all that gloom. Is that a hole? Oh my god. I hate using my good shit. Oh my god! Die! Ugh. Ugh! I hate you. Hate you in your stupid face. Oh my god! Fucking get out of here! Nobody asked you! Just wanted these mushrooms. Shall we head to the temple? Oh, a treasure chest. Oh, I can't grab that. It's still got the muck. That's kind of interesting. Nice. The plateau always has good resources. Ah, it's good to be back. I love the plateau. I don't like that that guy's got armor. He doesn't know where I am. Alright, dude? Sir? Sir? Who's throwing rocks at me? Nice. We got some herb. So did my spear break or just the thing on top of it? Ah, boo, my actual spear broke. That's so sad. So sad. Ah! Fucking Jesus Christ! I fucking hate you so much. It should be illegal for you to be an apple tree. And I mean, this plateau is basically my house. I wonder if the king's, like, shack is still there. I've got the wrong weapon equipped for this. Yeah, I don't think so, fucker. It looks like the guys that are patrolling are the same guys. He's asleep. They're just not regular Bakobos, they're black Bakobos now. They've been upgraded. They digivolved. Oh, he's got armor. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to shoot him in the grundle. So sad. Where is he? Ah! What a dick! Damn, Doolin. Doolin's a fucking full-on savage. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's you fuckers. I'm just gonna let Tulin handle that. It looks like he's about to smash my face in. Nice! Excuse me, sir. Don't climb that. Link, you're such a goober sometimes. Hello? No one asked you. The Temple of Time ruins! Like, you'd think if Zelda went missing and there was some time shittery going on, this is the first place you would go to, right? Pots! Destruction! Money! Alright, well. Good enough, I guess. Does this place look like it's more fucked up to you? Hello! Shot right in the grundle with a bomb arrow? Yeah, that's pretty rough. I gotta lie. That's a bit rough, buddy. What? What did she ask? What did she say to me? I wasn't paying attention. What do you want? What was that? I am trapped under the water behind the stone gate of the Great Plateau. I am trapped under the what? Under the water of the Great Gate. What gate? There was a gate? Alright. Okay. I am trapped under the water, the Great Gate. I mean, I guess there was kind of a gate at the one side, right? Right? The one at the, So, if I look at the map, there's the Eastern Abbey, right? There was the water, River of the Dead, Mount Hylia, yeah. There's this waterfall, there's Hopper Pond, but I thought there was like a gate somewhere between the Hopper Pond into this area, right? It's right here. This is it, right? I think that's it there. Oh, right there. I can see it from here. Woo! But she said under the water behind the plateau, at the Great Gate behind the plateau, not the one that's at the plateau. You are a piece of shit and I'm not talking to you. Fuck you. Behind the plateau. Here? Here? Here. Scouts Hill. Outpost. It's gotta be this, right? Trapped under there. Like, there has to be water. So, they're either here, which is on the plateau, or they're behind the plateau, which is water here. Because there's no water. Well, there's water here, too. So, it could be here or here. Those are the two spots. Let's go to that one first, I guess. Behind the gate to... There's a gate to the plateau? The one at the front? Man, I wasn't prepared for this quest. I just wanted to explore the cool little area. A lot of the stuff's all in the same spot on the plateau, too. Look, here's the old man's stuff. Don't come to life. See? There's this little hole with a fire and a torch. There's a gate with stairs that are flooded on the plateau? Shh. Hold everything, there's money. Whoops. That's okay. I only ever hit it once. Because this is where you come out of the... the Shrine of Resurrection. Oh, hello. And then it's empty. There's no actual shrine here. Oh, it heals you! Cool. Oh. Yiga shit! What are you fuckers doing here? What? I'm not fucking stupid. Your behavior is a threat. I don't even need to do anything. These two guys got it. Damn. Jesus. What the fuck is going on? I'm sure I'll recognize it as soon as I see it. Thank you for driving away the intruders. Those interlopers carried me here with them from the depths. I have no way of returning to where I was stationed. I will therefore continue my work here. My task in the depths was to manage schema stones. A great deal is done. Oh, okay. Thanks! Alright. Very cool. Okay. I mean, I'm interested. I'm curious. The goddess Hylia statue told me she was trapped under a gate that's in what the fuck? Frosh? Is that Frerosh? Okay, that's not the gate. That's not the, oh, money is over there. I hear a complaining Korok, but I don't care. Because this, I think this might have been the area I was thinking of, but I don't remember there being a gate. Ah, there's the talus! They built a little... That's awesome! Hell yeah! So there's a talus on top of the plateau, and they put... There's the bokoblins of... They're advancing, they're learning. That's true. That is accurate to the Koroks. Correct. What the fuck is this shit? You are a Giga. Fuck off. The plateau is like just covered in fucking Yiga clan motherfuckers. Yeah, this was the area I was thinking of. There's a shrine. But there wasn't water on this side. And there still is not water on this side. Oh, fuck you. Thank God we did it in one go. Oh, the front gate of the plateau. Oh, that... okay, okay. Okay, well, I'll come back to this... I'll come back to this shrine later then. I'm gonna go to the front gate. Don't let me forget there's a shrine there. And you know what I should do? So I don't forget that there's a shrine there? Activate it. Gok Shrine. Yeah, mark. Well, I'm not gonna mark it with a thing. Just activating it should be fine. No, I know the plateau pretty well. Ah! No! No! Fuck off! How far do you chase me, you fuckers? Fuck you! Oh, Jesus! Why are you still— Ah! It's Link! I'm in a tree. They can't get me. You definitely can't get me here. Fuck you. Unacceptable! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No! Oh my god, they grabbed my spirit guy! What the fuck? They can grab the spirits? What the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? Oh, he's right there. Oh. What? What? So, like, if I go back to this area, does he come back? I want to find out. I don't understand. I don't understand anything that just happened. I'm just gonna keep going. We're not gonna bother with that, because I want to go to the next area. We're gonna do this Temple of Time thing, and then see where we get sent to. I don't know what the dark clumps are for. I know the plateau really well. Suddenly, grabby hands. I mean, I guess my weaponry is better now. I might stand a chance. Yeah, I would assume they're for, like, upgrading your stuff. You're talking about this entrance over here that had the... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's one of the oh, that's Frosh. Oh, let's not run into the goop. See, I thought grabby hands were gonna come out of this stuff. They bait and switched me. I need to reach my friend. Sir, you need to get away from this fucking goop. Yeah, this gate right here, right? I'm trapped under the water. Would under the water be in the gloom? Like in the depths? Back into the fuck off holes of doom? I mean, theoretically, I could jump from higher up and dive in. What's on this side? Not water. Ah! Ah! I have found the way, my brothers. Time to kill myself by drowning myself. Huzzah! The bunch of water definitely did not just drown me and rush me, like, miles away. As just a ragdoll, complete ragdoll corpse. Well, I only... That should have done way more just damage than 3 fish. Hi! You who hear my voice, come to me in the Temple of Time ruins on the top of the plateau to the south. Are you fucking with me? Are you serious? Ugh. You're the depths guy, though. You're not the goddess Hylia guy. Ugh. Alright. Up we go. I feel like I'm being led into a trap. This feels like bullshit. No way, this is gonna be fucking Minda. At least I have an easy way onto the plateau now. Give me butterflies. Thank you. On the plus side, there hasn't been a blood moon yet, so I can just make my way downtown. What is that? Oh, it's one of the rocks falling. Never mind. Everything's fine. Have any of you ever read, like, the first Link comic book? Where Link is a person who talks? I recommend it. It's very good. It's the story of the first Link and how they created the cycle. You who hear my voice, as a result of you draining the water from the gate, a part of me has been freed. You have earned my gratitude. I speak to you now from the depths below in the guise of this statue. Okay. What? I direct you to the 4 chasms across this plateau. Each one of my eyes nearby dropped them into the chasms. Then deliver the stones to me who dwell in the depths below this temple. Do all this and the reward will be yours. Are you fucking kidding me? No! No. We are... Wait, why is one of these circle-y things? Or whatever. We are not doing that right now. Alright, we have been live for nearly 7 hours. We are saving. I'm done. I am not going back in the deep fuck-off hole. I found 4 different deep fuck-off holes to do a fetch quest to carry some dumb bitches dumb shit around. Fuck you. Goddess Hylia can suck my dick. Alright. Is there anybody even Nobody's even live right now. We're ending the stream. That's enough. I need a break. We're done. Thank you so much for joining us. This will be available on YouTube. The links are in the description down below. Well, in the description area, but also like around. You'll see it on the next screen. Thanks for joining me for this adventure. Oh my god. Okay, got a little bit frustrated there for a little while, but the beginning of the stream went really well. We beat the boss. We did a bunch of shrines. We made a lot of progress. Thank you so much for joining me. I'll be back next time. I'll be live on Tuesday. Tomorrow is my day off. I have been blessed. And I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye!